Hello. Welcome, one and all. Welcome back to another episode of Chasing Labels. I am your host, Andrew, and we are back here once again for another episode or spine number of Chasing Labels. And this is number 158. So we are moving right along here. If you've joined us for the previous 157, you know the name of the game, you know the show, you know it all. But if you haven't joined us for the previous 157, or if you haven't joined us for any of the previous episodes, welcome, first of all. Secondly, this is a podcast / live stream / YouTube channel that talks about various things in the world of the boutique label home media market, I guess you could say, or the home media world. We reconvene here about every 2 weeks or so and talk about things that I want to add to my collection, things that you may want to add to your collection, or things that just look interesting to me in general. But I think at the end of the day, what we um, do the most here is talk about movies, which is kind of all the things I think that we share in common. A common um, characteristic, trait, passion, something we love is the world of movies. And we will, of course, be diving into all of that stuff very soon. First of all, here, I do want to dive into a couple of things that I picked up over the last 2 weeks or so. Let me see. Oh, yes. So recently we did a kind of a side thing here on Chasing Labels. It's on our YouTube channel right now, and we did an interview / discussion with our good friend Aaron West over from the Criterion Now podcast, as well as Cine Journeys. He's been a big supporter of Chasing Labels pretty much since the very beginning. I think he was the first ever guest we had here on Chasing Labels way back when in episode number 4. Long before we were doing live streams here on YouTube, just the audio stuff. Good friend Aaron West joined us, and he had been doing podcasting for years, and he was really instrumental, I think, in us starting Chasing Labels here. But he is writing a book all about A24, the independent distributors / production company that I'm pretty sure many of you have watched at least one of their movies over the last decade and a half or so. They've been around seemingly since around 2012, 2013, which is when I became aware of them. So he is writing a book all about their history and talking about several of their key movies and all that kind of stuff. Go check out Cine Journeys. Go check out the Criterion Now podcast. Obviously, big into Criterion over on Criterion Now. But I decided to start getting the A24 store exclusives from their online shop. They have a bunch of editions there from a bunch of the movies they put out, and they're putting them out quite frequently. And the one I decided to pick up first is the movie After Sun. After Sun is a movie that has stuck with me ever since it came out, and I believe 2022. Yes, 2022. And I think about this movie on a weekly basis. I don't know what it is. It's a haunting film. It's a movie about relationship between a parent and a child, specifically in this case, a father and a daughter. But I think you can extrapolate that to, parent and child. And the movie is kind of told like a memory, like a dream. And I've always find it fascinating because to me, memories over time can start turning into dreamlike things. They start turning into dreams. Certain facts change, certain things become fuzzy and hazy and kind of start manipulating in your mind. And sometimes dreams can feel like memories. You know what I mean? The mind is a very interesting place. And this movie, After Sun, it was so subtly devastating, subtly heavy. And it's such a movie that stuck with me ever since I saw it. One of my favorites the year it came out in 2022. So I decided to finally get the A24 store exclusive edition, and you can definitely say that this is in the boutique realm. I think A24's films definitely have the boutique variety. A lot of them do get distributed on home media through Lionsgate. But they do have their own, like I said, their own kind of line, if you will. And this is the one for After Sun. So it kind of pulls out like so. For those of you listening at home, it kind of pulls out to the side in a cardboard digipack type of style with the disc in its own plastic hub. And it's a very simple design, but I like it. Each of them are similar to this design. They have other like kind of like grand, large book style, like coffee table book style editions, like from Midsommar and Everything Everywhere All at Once got very large editions. Some of these smaller ones that I'm holding here in my hand, I remember Zone of Interest got one. The movie Baby Girl, which just came out, got one. There's a whole host of them. Go to their website, a24.com, go to their shop, and you can see. They have like an own like a membership program, excuse me, and stuff like that, which I haven't really delved too far into, but I do want to start getting their editions. They have started coming out in stores actually. After several years of just being online exclusives, they're starting to come out in actual stores. I know that Walmart has a couple of them. I've seen Marcel the Shell with Shoes on at Walmart. I've seen Midsommar at Walmart. I've seen Everything Everywhere All at Once at Walmart. Um, um, and I know Barnes and Noble is starting to get a lot of them. I know my local Barnes and Noble has After Sun. They have the Zone of Interest. They've got a bunch of other ones at the in store as well. So check that out if you can. If you can't, go online to their store. So I got that. I got a couple of other things here. I can't remember if I showed these last time. I got the 4K UHD release of my second favorite film of 2024, and that is The Substance. The Substance, the Carly Fargeau film. And this is, of course, the film starring Demi Moore, Margaret Qualley, and Dennis Quaid. Yeah, Dennis Quaid is in the movie a little bit. But I got this. This is my second favorite movie of last year. I was completely blown away by it. Just an utterly incredible film. it's it reminds me a lot of early David Cronenberg when it comes to body horror and just the squishy gooiness of it all, taking a little sci-fi angle, satirical angle with Hollywood. So it's good. It's a damn good film. If you haven't seen The Substance yet, it gets the highest recommendation from me, but it's a movie not for everyone. If you're squeamish about body horror and stuff like that, perhaps it's not for you. And then switching gears here, I am buying this now, I think for the third time in my collection. This is the Alfred Hitchcock film North by Northwest, the 4K UHD edition of this, and it looks utterly incredible. It looks absolutely fantastic in this edition. I've owned it on DVD, I've owned it on Blu-ray, and now I own it on 4K UHD. I'm trying to still rebuy every single Alfred Hitchcock film that's available in 4K. I'm trying to rebuy that, so kind of, upgrade all of them. I have a few of them. I'm lagging behind because a good portion of them have already been put out. I think, yeah, almost all of his at least post 1940s work is at least available in HD. Most of them are available in 4K. Um, yeah, like Psycho, Vertigo, obviously North by Northwest, Rope, The Rare Window, The Birds, all the big ones here. Those have all been released in 4K. Even like, oh goodness, some of the other lesser things like Saboteur, which I really, really love. Torn Curtain has been released in 4K. Even his last film, Family Plot, has been released in 4K. The only ones that I think really haven't been released in 4K in his post 40s work is like Under Capricorn. Um, I think that one was just a miracle that came out on Blu-ray. So I'm happy with that. But this is North by Northwest starring Cary Grant, as well as Eva Marie Saint. James Mason's in the film as well. Just the classic case of the wrong man scenario. It is literally Alfred Hitchcock's James Bond film. Years later, after this, when they were starting the James Bond franchise in movie form, they approached Alfred Hitchcock to do a James Bond film, or do, I think, the first James Bond film. And he was basically like, I already made it with North by Northwest. And he did. Cary Grant is like the best James Bond to never actually be James Bond in this movie. So I picked those two up. What else do I have here? Oh, I got another John Sayles film, City of Hope. This is his 1991 film. This just got a Blu-ray release from Sony last year. So if you're a big John Sayles fan, or you've been hoping that more John Sayles films are coming out on will come out on Blu-ray, this is one that fell really under the radar. I don't think a lot of people know that this came out. It is the only special feature on here, I believe, is a commentary. Yeah, commentary by filmmaker John Sayles, which in and of itself is a great special feature. So that's something I definitely want to watch soon. I may watch that this week, actually. And then something that's rather big that I got literally and figuratively um, is the Hellraiser Quartet of Torment 4K UHD edition from Arrow. This is a very, heavy, thick box set of the first 4 Hellraiser films in 4K. And I've never actually owned any of the Hellraiser films in any form. No VHS, no Laserdisc, no DVD, no Blu-ray, at all. And I think the reason being is I was just waiting for a really good edition. I know a lot of the earlier Blu-ray editions weren't that great. And then Arrow released their edition, their Blu-ray edition actually years ago, their Hellraiser box set. And I know that was really good, and that I know a lot of people who bought that. Then they re-released, um, then they re-released the Hellraiser films in the Quartet of Torment 4K that was only released in the UK, and then that was in 2023. And then in 2024, they re-released a US version of their release from the previous year. So I guess somehow in a year they acquired the US rights to the Hellraiser films, and they put them out here in the US on 4K. And that's the box that I have here with this incredible cover art. For those of you listening in the audio realm, do yourselves a favor and go online and look up the Hellraiser Quartet of Torment 4K or Blu-ray box set, because the cover looks absolutely incredible. Yeah, so that's pretty much all I've gotten over the last few weeks or so. So without further ado, let me get into what we came here to talk about, which is, of course, the releases from the last 2 weeks or so. And first up here, let me go to like the kind of the one individual one I wanted to get into, and that is an Oscilloscope release. Oscilloscope is a company we don't talk about a lot, but they've been around for quite a while. They're actually having a President's Day sale right now on their website, which of course means nothing to you listening now or listening later, because you won't have time to get into it. But I thought I would just mention it because they do have some sales from time to time. I know they have a Black Friday sale that they do every single year. Kind of flies under the radar. I don't think a lot of people know about it. So that's kind of nice. And a lot of the Oscilloscope releases are relatively exclusive to not typically exclusive to their website, but but they're not widely available. I don't see a lot of people talking about them, and they're decent releases. So let me go and talk about the one that I want to talk about is the movie called Wildcat. So, and the reason why I want to talk about it is that it is directed by Ethan Hawke. I'm pretty sure many of you know who Ethan Hawke is, the actor who's been around as long as I've been alive. He's been around for many, many years. At least he probably has like a 40-year career at this point, pretty darn close to a 40-year career in the acting world, and he's stayed in relatively the indie realm for most of it. But this film, it's supposed to come out in March 11th. So what is that? 3 weeks from now? 3 weeks from now, March 11th, Ethan Hawke's Wildcat is dated for Blu-ray. This movie stars Maya Hawke, his daughter, Laura Linney, Philip Ettinger, Raphael Casal, Cooper Hoffman. And let's see, directed and co-written by 4-time Academy Award nominee Ethan Hawke, Wildcat invites the audience to weave in and out of a celebrated Southern Gothic writer Flannery O'Connor's mind as she ponders the great questions of her writing. Can scandalous art still serve God? Does suffering precede all greatness? Can illness be a blessing? In 1950, Flannery, Maya Hawke, visits her mother, Regina, in Georgia when she is diagnosed with lupus at 24 years old, struggling with the same disease that took her father's life when she was a child and desperate to make her mark as a great writer. This crisis pitches her imagination into feverish exploration of belief. As she dives deeper with her in, as she dives deeper into her craft, the lines between reality, imagination, and faith begin to blur, allowing Flannery to ultimately come to peace with her situation and heal a strained relationship with her mother. Um, Her mother is portrayed by Laura Linney. This is a rather kind of art house avant-garde film. Um, if you know anything about Ethan Hawke, he's definitely steeped into literature. Like literature is definitely something that he talks about a lot. Literature, poetry, that kind of deep art of those things. And he's kind of extrapolating that here onto the big screen. And sometimes those things don't really translate all too well, and they can kind of leave an audience at a distance. I feel like perhaps this film is going to do that for a lot of audience members watching it, because it's not a straightforward film. It's a film more so deeply layered in theme and stuff like that. But it's a good film, like well acted, well directed, things like that. It's not a very engaging film if you're not kind of into this type of stuff, into the world of literature. But we have an audio commentary with director slash co-writer Ethan Hawke and co-writer Shelby Gaines, Flannery O'Connor and Wildcat, Ethan Hawke and author Brandon Taylor in conversation. Bishop Barron presents conversation at the crossroads with Ethan Hawke and Maya Hawke. Behind the scenes featurette, additional footage. Just additional footage, theatrical trailer, and that is it. I remember Ethan Hawke and Maya Hawke. I think they went into the Criterion closet when they were promoting this movie about a year ago or so, because it came out in 2023, which I think it made its rounds at the like festival circuits and stuff like that. And then in 2024, it got more of a wider release, I think early on, if I remember correctly. I could be completely misremembering all of that. But either way, this is Ethan Hawke's Wildcat, coming out from Oscilloscope on March 11th. So if you're a fan of Ethan Hawke, you may want to check this out, as many of us are fans of him. I know I am. So let's see what else we've got here in my notes. Let's go over to, why not go over to Kino right now? Let's get Kino out of the way. I say that as almost if to sweep them under the rug and sweep them out of the way. But there is a lot of stuff to go through with them every single time we have an episode here. So let me scroll back down to where I was before. Continuing off where we were last time. So I think we've talked about this already, but they've finally given us a date and a list of special features for the movie Sneakers, which came out in 1992, which is a favorite amongst many people that I've seen online who are super excited for this release. So Sneakers is coming out on April 22nd. It is a 4K UHD release, a 2-disc edition. You got a brand new HDR Dolby Vision Master from 4K scan of 35mm original camera negative. Audio commentary by director slash co-writer Phil Alden Robinson, with co-writers slash co-producers Lawrence Lasker and Walter F. Parks. The audio commentary by director slash co-writer Phil Alden Robinson and cinematographer John Lindley. Then on the Blu-ray, we've got all of that, plus the Making of Sneakers documentary, which runs 40 minutes long. For those of you who haven't seen Sneakers, great cast. Great cast. So you've got screen legend Robert Redford leads an all-star cast, including the great Sidney Poitier and Dan Aykroyd, in an exciting suspense-filled caper. Computer expert Martin Bishop, Robert Redford, heads a team of renegade hackers, including a former CIA employee who is Sidney Poitier, a gadgets expert in Dan Aykroyd, a young genius in River Phoenix, a blind sound man, David Strathairn, who are routinely hired to test security systems. But Bishop's past comes back to haunt him when government agents blackmail the Sneakers into carrying out a covert operation, tracking down an elusive black box. Along with his former flame, was portrayed by Mary McDonnell. This is a hell of a cast. Bishop's team retrieves the box and makes a stunning discovery. The device can break into any computer system in the world. With factions from all sides willing to kill for the powerful box, Bishop and his team embark on their most dangerous assignment ever in the high-tech heist film from director Phil Alden Robinson, who directed Field of Dreams. Interesting. It's also going to be available as a Blu-ray, so have no fear if you haven't upgraded to the world of 4K UHD yet. It will still be available on Blu-ray. I believe both the Blu-ray and the 4K UHD will be coming with a slipcover for those of you who are slipcover enthusiasts like myself. A couple of other, actually, another actor of note in this movie is Ben Kingsley. So, what a heck of a cast. So, there's that. Sneakers. I remember when Sneakers finally got a Blu-ray release. Sneakers got a Blu-ray release, and it was a Best Buy exclusive Blu-ray release at first, and then a few months later, it came out in wide release. And this was years ago. This was probably, oh goodness, I can actually look this up. I think this was a decade ago. Let me see. I forgot who put out Sneakers, the original Blu-ray release. Let's see. Came out in 2015, and Universal. So it was a Universal release. You can still find that original release for like $10 if you want it. But this one is going to come with actual special features. I think the original came with the commentary and the making of. Okay. So it didn't come with nothing. For some reason I thought it did, but it did not. But yeah, so 10 years later, we've got a 4K UHD release of Sneakers. Let's see, what else do we have here? Moving right along. We have a movie called Burke and Hare. And not hair as in like hair from your head. Hare as in like, it's spelled like the way you would spell a rabbit, a type of rabbit. So we got Burke and Hare from 1972. Two of the most notorious figures in the history of medicine, William Burke and William Hare, were a pair of enterprising street thugs who provided anatomical specimens to the Edinburgh Medical College, often by robbing the graves of the recently dead, sometimes through even more nefarious methods. So what you have here is like a 1972 dark British comedy about these two guys who are like digging up dead bodies and selling them to the local medical college to make money, and then they get into all kinds of other shenanigans. The movie's not great. The premise kind of wears itself out, and it's just kind of a silly comedy. I didn't really dig it that much. But you got a new audio commentary here by film historian / screenwriter Gary Girani. Grave Desires, Corpses on Film interview with Dr. Patricia McCormick, interview with actress Françoise Pascal. So that is Burke and Hare, and this is coming out April 1st, so April Fool's Day. And then next up here, which is coming out April 8th and April 15th, two British classics by the Bolting brothers, starring Peter Sellers. That's the selling point with these two, is I'm All Right Jack and then Heavens Above. So I'm All Right Jack is getting a new audio commentary. Actually, I should probably read what these movies are about. Let me go over to my letterbox because they don't have any descriptions here on Kino's Facebook page. So I'm All Right Jack, before we get into the special features. Let's see. Apparently, I have seen this movie from 1959. Naive Stanley Windrush returns from the war, his mindset on a successful career in business. With his mindset on a successful career in business, much to his own dismay, he soon finds he has to start from the bottom and work his way up, and also that the management as well as the trade union use him as a tool in their fight for power. Yep, starring Peter Sellers, Ian Carmichael, Richard Attenborough's in the film as well. Margaret Rutherford, who's a hilarious actress. She's in this as well. Let's see. Let me look up Heavens. Let's see. Did Heavens Above or Heavens Pursuit? Hold on. Heavens Above. Yep, Heavens Above. Here we are. John Bolting, Roy Bolting. A naive but caring prison chaplain who happens to have the same last name as an upper-class cleric is by mistake appointed as vicar to a small and prosperous country town. His belief in charity and forgiveness sets him at odds with the conservative and narrow-minded locals, and he soon creates social ructions, by appointing a black dustman as his church warden. taking in a gypsy family and persuading the local landowner to provide free food for the church to distribute free to the people of the town. When the congregation leaders realized the mistake and called for the Church of England to remove him, this turns out to be a very, very difficult issue until one clergyman realizes that a British project to send a man into space is in need of an astronaut. This movie just got more and more off the rails as this description went along. Um, it started out as a description of a satire of like criticizing like the religion and the church and all this kind of stuff, the hypocrisy of it all. And then then it ended with needing an astronaut for the space program. I don't know how we got to that point. I kind of still want to see this movie so that I can see what it's all about. Starring Peter Sellers, it's going to be kind of a farcical comedy. Came out in 1963, so this was right around the time right before he would be in the Pink Panther films. So, yeah, this was around that time when Peter Sellers was on the rise as an actor. Of course, he would also be in Doctor Strangelove that same decade. The 60s was a massive decade for Peter Sellers' career. So that's very interesting. Now we can go over and talk about what the special features are. So I'm All Right, Jack from 1959, new audio commentary by authors and comedy historians Gemma and Robert Ross. Interview with actress Liz Fraser. And the theatrical trailer. That's it. So Heavens Above has a new audio commentary by authors and comedy historians Gemma and Robert Ross, and that is it. It looks like just Heavens Above says 2019 4K restoration by Studio Canal. I'm All Right doesn't say anything about the transfer. But yeah, two British comedies from late 1950s, early 1960s. One's coming out April 8th. The other one is coming out April 15th. So there's that. Let me check to see if there are any comments here. So let's see. So we got a couple of comments here. So Illuminated Pro, who I don't know if he's still in the chat here, says, "Hey man, what's your advice on dating a single mother?" That's a loaded question. He also says diving right into the deep topics. Interesting you brought that up on a movie podcast. But in the world of dating and human relationships, romantic or platonic, is very complicated. But advice on dating a single mother, know this: it's not only about dating that single mother. You have to accept her as both. The person that you're interested in, romantically, sexually, attractiveness, whatever the case may be. But you also have to accept the fact that she is a parent as well. That is part of who she is as a person now. That's a huge part of her life. So you have to accept her as not only the person she is, but know that part of that person is a parent. You know what I mean? And being a parent comes with a whole host of other things, responsibilities and things like that. And those are things you're going to have to be aware of and accept, and perhaps make them part of your life as well. You know what I mean? It can be very complicated as opposed to dating a single person, where you have to kind of just concentrate on them and other things going on in their lives, and the parenting thing is a whole different nature of a relationship and of a person. I've known people who have become, who've gone from single to parenthood, and it changes them, and expectantly so. You know what I mean? Because becoming a parent is a massive thing. It's a life-changing thing. It's a lifelong commitment. This isn't, it's not just a side thing. It is your life. My friend Steven, Steven, if you've been listening to Chasing Labels long enough, Steven, my previous co-host, and my friend Steven, I knew him when he was single, when he got married, and now as he is as a parent. And his life has changed radically over just several years. And he's changed as a person. His priorities and his responsibilities in life and things like that shift, because as time goes on, our lives evolve, our lives change, and we have to rise to the occasion. We have to change along with them. It would be nice to kind of stay in a world of arrested development, but as we know, that's just not the way things are, unfortunately, as much as we want to. And sometimes things happen that are out of our control in life. You know what I mean? things happen that we've got to adjust to in life. So in a roundabout way, I'm saying if you're dating someone who already has a child, be aware that they are also a parent and there's a lot of things that come with that. And you have to be accepting and be open to all of those things. Um, Illuminated Pro also says, I love River Phoenix, but I had a hard time getting into that one. I think that was the movie Sneakers, which I just talked about. Probably a later film from River Phoenix, if I remember correctly. Yeah, this was 1992. And he passed away a few years later. Let me see when River Phoenix passed away. I think was it 1995? Let's see. River Phoenix, 1993. Wow. So, yeah, Sneakers was one of his last films. Let's see. He did Sneakers and then he did two more films. Then he passed away. There's some posthumous stuff here. Um, but yeah, stuff when he was still around. Stuff that came out in 1993. There was a movie called Silent Tongue, and there was another movie called The Thing Called Love. So even if you're just a River Phoenix fan and you just want to get all of his work, Sneakers is definitely worth getting for your collection. And the movie's actually pretty good. It's going to be a little dated. Anytime you're dealing with technology in the past, specifically technology in the 90s when we started to really get into the computer age, when we started dealing with computers and computer hacking and everything could be like boiled down to having to find some type of floppy disk that has some type of world-ending virus on it or something. you know, even stuff like that is kind of somewhat dated, if you will. No, I don't think a lot of people have the concept of what a floppy disk is nowadays, or even what a disk is nowadays for a computer. Heck, we don't even most computers don't come with disk drives at all for CDs or CD-ROM or DVDs or anything like that. You have to buy them separate if they're available at all. That's just the way our technology world has so far advanced in 30 years. It's very interesting, but yeah, Sneakers I really dig. Um, so Illuminated Pro also says Running on Empty and Dogfight are amazing, great Blu-rays. Yes, Running on Empty, that's a movie. That's a movie that it's available on Warner Archive Blu-ray. Warner Archive put out a Blu-ray on Running on Empty. I had a Snapper Case DVD of that in my collection for years. I was glad to upgrade that. Running on Empty, which I believe is a Sidney Lumet film, is fantastic. It's from 1988. If you haven't seen this movie yet, go out and see it. Yeah, it's one of Sidney Lumet's films, and of course, Dogfight. I've been a champion of Dogfight for so long. I'm getting um a little collection together of Nancy Savoca's films on Blu-ray. Not much of her stuff's been released so far, but hopefully more of it will be. I have it piled up on my chair over there. So yeah, if you haven't seen Dogfight, it's available now from Criterion Blu-rays, so there's no excuse anymore to not see it. Before then, it was only available, I think, on a made-on-demand DVD from Warner Archive, so a little tougher to get, a little tougher to see. But now that it's available from Criterion, it's more widely available. Great film, starring River Phoenix as well as Lily Taylor. So yeah, two great works from the late great River Phoenix. Let's see, we got some other comments here. Jeff K says, evening, Jeff. Welcome back. Nice to see you. And then we've got another one here from the Wonderment Project. Keep up the good work. I always enjoy your show. Thank you very much. Thank you for watching. Thank you for checking in. Thank you for the support. We accept all support here. Anything we can get, views, comments, well wishes of any kind, we will accept. But back to Kino and what they're up to. I think this is a movie I've talked about already. If I haven't, I apologize. But I think this was announced and we're just getting more details on it. Coming April 22nd is The Cruel Sea from 1953. One of the greatest British British war films ever made. The Cruel Sea is an unflinching portrayal of life at sea during World War II on a boat tasked with protecting convoys and seeking and destroying German U-boats. Filmed aboard an actual Royal Navy corvette, it tells the story of the sailors aboard the HMS Compass Rose, the bonds that form between them, the daily pressures they face, and their epic struggle to overcome the enemy. Based on the best-selling novel by Nicholas Montserrat, and featuring heroic performances from Jack Hawkins, Sir Donald Sinden, Denholm Elliott, and says Virginia McKenna and Stanley Baker. The Cruel Sea is an enduring war movie classic. Let's see, for special features, new audio commentary by film critic Simon Abrams, interview with co-star Sir Donald Sinden, and that is it. Comes with a slipcover, coming out April 22nd. That is The Cruel Sea. Doesn't say who it's directed by. Directed by Charles Friend. So moving right along here, we've got The French Without Tears. It's a film starring Ray Milland and Ellen Drew. It's originally from Paramount, so this is probably part of a Paramount deal that Kino has going on. And let's see, French Without Tears, starring Ray Milland, Ellen Drew, Janine Darcy, Roland Culver, and Guy Middleton. Let's see, directed by Anthony Asquith. Let me go to my letterbox to actually get a proper synopsis of the film, because I did get to see it. And let's see, French Without Tears. Here we go. So French Without Tears came out in 1940. It is based on the popular West End stage comedy by Terence Rattigan. It all begins when Diana, Ellen Drew, the sister of a British boy studying in France, arrives in town to flirt with all of her brothers' classmates. Alan, Ray Milland, one of the students, successfully resists Diana's charms, meaning, of course, that Alan and Diana will be in each other's arms by fade-out time. The movie's very stagey, obviously coming from a stage play. That is expected. That is expected. And it is one of those kind of will they, won't they types of movies. Romance comedy-esque type of film. And it's exactly what the premise suggests. Little spoilerish there, but it's nice to see Ray Milland in a lighter film that's not quite his usual fare of things like Dial M for Murder or The Lost Weekend, which are dealing with, rather serious things. Dial M for Murder is dealing with murder. The Lost Weekend is dealing with alcoholism. So I'm used to seeing Ray Milland in much darker films. Like he was in The Uninvited. He's in Ministry of Fear, I think that's the Fritz Lang film. Yes, the Fritz Lang film. So I'm used to seeing him in like film noirs and stuff like that. So it's nice to see him in a lighter film. Yeah, a lighter film. So that is French Without Tears. Interesting title. It just says coming soon on Blu-ray. New HD master for 4K scan by Universal Preservation. Nothing in the way of special features have been announced yet, so we will stay tuned for that. Something else that's also just says coming soon on Blu-ray from a brand new HD master, doesn't even say any other specifics, is a movie called Night World, starring Lou Ayres. Now, Lou Ayres is an interesting actor for me. I remember seeing Lou Ayres first time I saw him is in All Quiet on the Western Front. This movie also stars Boris Karloff, Mae Clark. Hedda Hopper is in the film. George Raft, a young George Raft, is in this movie. And it's directed by Hobart Henley. Let me get a synopsis of this film as well. This is an early, I want to say pre-code film. Let's see. Where are you? There you are. From 1932, so we're right on the cusp of pre-code and not pre-code, but I think this is a pre-code film. Yeah, because I think pre-code film started in about 1934. So yeah, we are in the pre-code era. So Happy MacDonald and his unfaithful wife own a Prohibition-era nightclub. On this eventful night, he is threatened by bootleggers, and the club's star dancer falls in love with a young socialite who drinks to forget a personal tragedy, among other incidents. So you've got, like I said, Lou Ayres, May Clark, Boris Karloff, Hedda Hopper, who would later go on to be a gossip columnist in Hollywood. I think that's later on in the 60s or so. Uh, but before then, she was an actress, and she's in this movie. This is an interesting film that takes place all in one night, and all you get is all of these different characters in this one location, in this Prohibition era nightclub. And they're all interacting, and their characters and worlds kind of all overlap with one another in positive ways, in negative ways, in different ways. And it's one of those types of films. It reminds me a lot of like the Grand Hotel, but not quite as, you know, great as the Grand Hotel. Obviously not as star-studded as the Grand Hotel, but this idea that you've got all of these characters in one place all at the same time, and they all have like different storylines going on, and some of them crisscross and stuff like that. So that's called Night World. Really good film. You can find it to watch right now. I think it's in relatively the public domain, so you can find a less than great quality version of it out there. So I'm hoping that this looks a heck of a lot better than what I saw. So moving on from there, we've got a movie that we've talked about here on Chasing Labels way back when, because it got an imprint release once upon a time, like a long time ago. And that is Things to Do in Denver When You're Dead. Now, this is getting a 4K UHD release from Kino, a 2-disc edition. The 4K UHD disc is getting a brand new HDR Dolby Vision master from a 4K scan of a 35 millimeter original camera negative. 2 new audio commentaries. First up here is by director Gary Fletter and writer Scott Rosenberg, and then the next audio commentary is by filmmaker slash historian Daniel Kramer. And then on the Blu-ray disc, we got both of those commentaries, plus Things to Direct in Denver When You're Dead, interview with director Gary Fletter, Things to Perform in Denver When You're Dead, interview with actor Andy Garcia, Things to Write in Denver When You're Dead, interview with screenwriter Scott Rosenberg, Things to Design in Denver When You're Dead, interview with production designer Nelson Coates, production featurette, and that is it. For those of you who haven't seen the movie, this is a pretty decent film. It's a pretty decent film. The great Andy Garcia heads an outstanding all-star cast in this wickedly sharp 90s crime thriller when a powerful mob boss, who is Christopher Walken, gives ex-gangster Jimmy the Saint, who is Andy Garcia, one last job. It's an offer he can't refuse, but when someone gets killed, Jimmy and his partners are marked for death, leaving Jimmy just 48 hours to put things right for his buddies and the woman of his dreams. Directed by Gary Fletter, uh, and written by Scott Rosenberg. Things to Do in Denver When You're Dead delivers blackly comedic, edge of your seat entertainment with a killer ensemble cast that includes Christopher Lloyd, William Forsythe, Bill Nunn, Treat Williams, Jack Warden, Steve Buscemi, and Fairuza Balk. Another star-studded cast of a film. Yeah, that's enough uh, to get people interested. I've seen the movie. I like the movie. It's good. I don't think it's an amazing film, but that's a damn good cast. That's a damn good cast. And I'm excited that this is getting a 4K UHD release, because I believe the imprint release was only a Blu-ray release. So this is coming out April 29th. April 29th. I gotta add that to a watch list somewhere. Just so I don't forget that it's coming out. That's something that I'm pretty sure a lot of people are going to be pre-ordering if you don't already have it on Blu-ray as it is. Next up is a movie we've already talked about, and it's the movie Posse from 1975, directed and starring Kirk Douglas, also starring Bruce Dern. It's a Western. It's got a brand new HD master from a 4K scan of 35 millimeter original camera negative, new audio commentary with filmmaker slash historian Steve Mitchell. United States Marshal Howard Nightingale is a law and order and publicity man. He doesn't simply capture outlaws, he makes sure a photographer is around to record the arrest and spread his fame. Now Nightingale, who aspires to the Senate, is out to nab his number one prey, cool-witted robber Jack Strawhorn, who is portrayed by none other than Bruce Dern. So what you got here is like a cat and mouse lawman outlaw game between Kirk Douglas and Bruce Dern, and yeah, it's a fun 1970s western. Bruce Dern's great in the movie. Kirk Douglas is good in the movie. He's kind of this slimy, he's this slimy lawman guy who's obviously just doing it not to like lock people up or to like, for the good of the law or anything like that. He's doing it to get ahead in life. He's doing it because he has political aspirations. Um, but that's Posse. Next is the Bermuda Triangle, and nothing much to say about this movie. It's coming out April 29th. Posse is coming out April 29th as well. But the Bermuda Triangle, 2017 HD, mastered by Paramount Pictures, new commentary by producer James L. Conway, moderated by film historian Howard S. Berger. And this is a 1979 documentary about the famed Bermuda Triangle. That's why I said there's not much to say about it. Famously, weird things happen around the Bermuda Triangle, that area of the Atlantic Ocean. Boats get lost, planes get lost, weird things happen there. Yeah, that's the Bermuda Triangle for you. Well, I talked about this last week, but I'm just going to talk about it briefly. Kino Cult number 29, Pete Walker Crime Collection, coming out April 29th. We've got special features here. It says Die Screaming Marianne, audio commentary by director Pete Walker and film historian Jonathan Rigby. Moon, or Man of Violence, audio commentary by film historians Kat Ellinger and Martin Conterier. So Kat Ellinger's on it. This is worth watching. Pete Walker and Eye for Terror, interview by editor/filmmaker Elijah Trenner. And that is it. So this is I talked about this last time. The Pete Walker Crime Collection. It's got the movies Cool It Carol, Die Screaming Marianne, Moon, and The Big Switch, the 2-disc set. Coming out April 29th. And then we've got a movie that's going to appear twice here on this episode of Chasing Labels. That's right, people. I don't think this has ever happened before. And if it has happened, I just straight up don't remember. So this movie called Dead of Night from 1945 is getting a 4K UHD release from Kino here. It says coming soon. So it could come out this year, could come out next year. We don't really know. We're just making guesses here. But I can tell you it is definitely also coming out in a double feature from Imprint. Because we will be talking about that when I get to talking about the Imprint releases. So yeah, we've got the Kino release and we've got the Imprint release. Once again, if you've been following us here long enough on Chasing Labels, or if you've been following the boutique label world, Imprint and Kino have this game of long distance patty cake going on, where they do one thing and the other one does the other, or one does one thing and the other one does the other, and they go back and forth with releases. Sometimes they do them in the same calendar year, sometimes they do them a year apart, sometimes they do them several years apart, but they seem to have the same type of deal with whichever company they get these movies from. I'm assuming Paramount. That seems to be the case here. And they are doing it. So they're doing it once again with Dead of Night. This movie stars Michael Redgrave, Mervyn Johns, Roland Culver, Frederick Valk, Sally Ann Howes, and Googie Withers, directed by Cavalcanti. And yeah, so directed by Cavalcanti, Charles Crichton, Basil Dearden, and Robert Hamer. So this is a movie that is fascinating. It set a lot of precedents, I think, within the horror thriller genre, I would say. Let me get the actual synopsis from my Letterboxd here, just because I want to give people a sense of what this movie is, because it is rather important. Let's see. Where are you on my Letterboxd? Nope. I'm probably just... there it is. Dead of Night. It's in the middle of something else. So Dead of Night from 1945. Architect Walter Craig, seeking the possibility of some work at a country farmhouse, soon finds himself once again stuck in this recurring nightmare. Dreading the end of the dream that he knows is coming, he must first listen to all the assembled guests' own bizarre tales. So that's why I think we get so many directors, is you got this guy, Walter Craig, this character, he goes to this farmhouse, and he's an architect, and he's thinks he's going there to find potential work, a job, if you will. But what ends up happening is he ends up hearing these weird stories from all of these people there. And so you get this kind of like mini anthology of all these people telling these stories of these dreams that they've had. And they're weird, like horror dreams, dealing with all kind of macabre stuff. They're like mini episodes of Alfred Hitchcock Presents all within this movie. And yeah, I don't want to say anything else. He just has to hear all of these people's dreams. It connects eventually, I'll say. But yeah, and it's movie's called Dead of Night. It's good. It's really good. I liked the structure of it. I liked how weird it got. I liked how trippy it got. I like 1940s horror for some reason. I can't quite say why. It's that early days of horror where things were like moody and atmospheric and the sense of the macabre and things like that. I think a lot of that stuff would then, of course, go on to the decades after, especially with Vincent Price's work with Roger Corman in like the 1950s and 1960s. Like that's so macabre, and that stuff feels like 1940s horror, just done at in a different time in a different decade. But Dead of Night, definitely recommend people checking that movie out. Yet again, it's getting a 4K UHD release, so that's not a small release for Kino. And then last but certainly not least, they announced this yesterday, which was Sunday. So we got a Sunday announcement, which we don't really usually get from Kino or anyone really. It's a movie that's getting a 4K UHD release in the future, just as coming soon from brand new HDR master, and that is Night of the Juggler, starring James Brolin specifically. James Brolin is in this film. Dan Hedaya is in this film. People you may know. Let's see, directed by Robert Butler, who's directed a few things I'm pretty sure people have seen as well. Let me get the synopsis here. The movie's premise is not something you haven't heard of before, but I think it's just good to get an official synopsis here. It makes things easier on me. So it's a one-line synopsis here. An ex-New York cop is desperate to find his kidnapped daughter. So, yes, James Brolin he's a former New York cop. He's left the force for some nefarious reason. You kind of find out a little bit about it during the movie. And what happens is his daughter ends up getting kidnapped in a case of mistaken identity. Like the person kidnapping her thinks she's somebody else or somebody else's daughter, and she ends up getting kidnapped. And it's about him basically pursuing to find him the whole time. Does it sound like the movie Taken with Liam Neeson? It does. Does it sound like Taken meets Death Wish? It also does. But it's James Brolin in that role, and the movie's very good. Like for what it is, it's very good. It's a tight film. It runs 101 minutes long, and the movie is constantly moving forward. Like once that premise is set up and his daughter's kidnapped, James Brolin is constantly on the move to find her. Like it takes place like within like the same day or something like that. Or maybe like a day and then the next day. But it's a very short amount of time. And the movie's constantly moving forward. It's cut down and edited to the bone. No fat on this movie whatsoever. No real pacing issues I found. You got a little high and low Akira Kurosawa thing going on when it comes to like certain plot elements here. I really like the movie. Yeah, I had never heard of this movie until yesterday. And I saw people super excited that it got announced, and I was like, "Oh, I got to pay attention. Let me see what it's all about." And yeah, Night of the Juggler. So cool. I'm definitely interested in getting it whenever it comes out, whether it's this year or next year. Way to go, Kino. Got something that people actually really are excited about. So that is it for Kino. Let's see if we've got any more comments here. Let's see. Let me scroll back up here. Running on. Oh yeah, Acres of Movies. Welcome back. Well, excited to see these announced, and thanks. You're welcome, Acres of Movies. Welcome back. Excited for Denver 1 and Posse 2. Yep, that makes sense. Like I said, that the cast of Things to Do in Denver When You're Dead is really, really good. Posse is a good 1970s Western. I think it's the only movie. I don't think Kirk Douglas directed many movies, to be honest. Let's see. Acres of Movies also asks, would you rather go to a beach party in Point Break or go to river raft race in Up the Creek? Beach party in Point Break. Yeah, I don't like the woods. I don't like river rafting. I don't like anything where I have to like exert any physical um exertion, if you will, where I don't have to like do anything. That sounds like I have to actually like work and camp and move and hike and all that kind of stuff. Whereas I could just hang out on the beach with Keanu Reeves and all of his buddies there. Yeah, I would do that with with all like Laurie Petty, Keanu Reeves, Patrick Swayze, and his gang there. Yeah, I would much rather do that. Let's see. What's a dark and then Illuminated Pro asks, what's a dark comedy that you like? Um, let's see. I gotta that's tough to do right on the spot. I hate those questions. they're tough. Um yeah, this boy. Let's see. Best dark comedies. For me, I mean the Coen brothers do really good dark comedies. Um if you've ever seen the movie The Death of Stalin, great dark comedy. If you've ever seen Sorry to Bother You, great dark comedy. If you've ever seen In Bruges is a really great dark comedy. I think about that movie a lot actually because I've been wanting to buy the 4K UHD of it from Kino for several years now. Upgrade my Blu-ray. But anything Martin McDonagh does is a really great dark comedy. Or is really good dark comedies. Some would consider Fargo a dark comedy, which I guess kind of yeah. Now that I think about Coen Brothers stuff, sure. Let's see. There's a lot of them over the years. Even Doctor Strangelove. Doctor Strangelove is a dark comedy. That's probably one of my favorites. Let's see. I'm trying to think of some other ones here. The Producers, dark comedy. The Lobster. Yorgos Lanthimos' films are considered dark comedies, but like I've said many times here, I don't consider Dogtooth a dark comedy. That's a horror disturbing film. Yeah, definitely. Even something like Election, Groundhog Day, those are considered dark comedies. So yeah, Being John Malkovich is another one. Let's see, Royal Tenenbaums, sure. Anything done by John Waters is a dark comedy. Like for example, I always have it next to me because I need it for moral support. Pink Flamingos. Pink Flamingos or any other John Waters film is a dark comedy because the movies are so weird and over the top and absurd and nuts that they have to be comedies. You have to laugh at the absurdity of it all. This is gonna sound wild, 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 wild. American Psycho is a dark comedy to me. It's satirical, it's horrific, but there's so many dark comedy elements within that satire and within its horrific elements. So those are some off the top of my head. Let me move that back over here. Let's see. Um, Illuminator Pro also says Dead of Night. Hell yeah, yeah. Illuminator Pro also says Night of the Hunter. Also good. One of my favorite movies of all time. Juggler, Acres of Movies says Juggler, great movie. Acres of Movies also says, would you rather go on a Life Aquatic themed cruise or a Dark City themed cruise? A Life Aquatic with Steve Zissou? Life Aquatic, probably. Dark City is not, yeah, Dark City's too dark for me. Not too dark for me in the sense like, oh, it's disturbing, but that movie's like a, the neo-noir aspect of it all. Although a neo-noir cruise does sound kind of cool. Now that I think about it, I don't know. That's a tough one. That's a tough one. Let's see. Acres of Movies also asks, which posse you like better, Van Peebles or Douglas? I haven't seen Van Peebles' posse, so I'm not sure. So I couldn't answer that. I can only answer. I've only seen the Kirk Douglas one. Do you expect Serial Mom to get a good special edition, or does it already? Because the movie asks that. Oh, I just put it away actually. So, um, Serial Mom has a collector's edition already. Serial Mom has one put out by um Shout Factory from a few years ago, from 2017. It has a Blu-ray that is a collector's edition, and it comes with some special features. It has a new In Conversation with director John Waters, actress Kathleen Turner, and actress Ming Stoll that runs 34 minutes long. So it's just John Waters talking with Kathleen Turner and Ming Stoll. Um, that in and of itself is cool to me, but it's got a commentary with John Waters and Kathleen Turner, and it has another commentary with John Waters. And then it has Serial Mom's Surreal Moments featuring interviews with Waters, Stoll, actress Patricia Hearst, actress Ricky Lake, actor Matthew Lillard, casting director Pat Morin, production designer Vincent uh, per, Pernio, and more. That runs 30 minutes long. Making of Serial Mom, an original promotional featurette that's about 6 minutes long, and The King of Gore, Herschel Gordon Lewis, and David Friedman featurette that runs 11 minutes long. So this came out in 2017. It looks good. It's got special features. If you've only ever had it on DVD, it's definitely worth an upgrade. Yeah, so check it out. Serial Mom Blu-ray Collector's Edition from Shout Factory. It's the one I have. And I just put it on my shelf, or else I had it in a stack right next to me and I could have showed it off. Let's see what else we have here. So, Illuminated Pro also says, yeah, I'd say Fargo for sure. Acres of Movies says, I want the Limey special edition, but the Soderbergh commentary where he and writer argue is redacted. Interesting. Flirting with Disaster, great dark comedy. Do you like that one? Is that the, oh my goodness, is that the David O. Russell film? I think I've seen that movie once. I have the DVD that I bought used years ago. Yeah, I think that's the David O. Russell film. Yep, the David O. Russell film, the one that stars Ben Stiller, Patricia Arquette, Tia Leone, Mary Tyler Moore, George Siegel, rest in peace, Alan Alda, Lily Tomlin, Richard Jenkins is in that movie. Josh Brolin is in the movie. Yeah, I like it. I remember liking it, but I've only saw it once. I probably saw it when I bought the DVD. I don't know, 14 years ago, 13 years ago, something like that. It's been a long time since I've seen it. I don't even know if I have it in my. I don't know if I have it in my comedy section or if I have it in my. I may have it in my drama section. Now that I'm looking over on my shelves. Let's see. Yep, I have it in my drama section actually. Acres of Movies says Mike Lee movies, many dark comedies, indeed, very much so. I do agree with that. His movies are such an amalgamation of so many things. Illuminated Pro says Election, Cable Guy, Illuminated Pro says American Psycho, yes. Acres of Movies says Wag the Dog, dark comedy. Do you like that one? Have I seen Wag the Dog? I don't think I've ever seen Wag the Dog. I've known about it for years, and I've been wanting to watch it for so long. Or let me see, have I seen Wag the Dog? I have not seen Wag the Dog. That's the movie directed by Barry Levinson. Let's see, who wrote the screenplay for that film? David Mamet, I think, was one of the writers on that. Yeah, I remember seeing Wag the Dog, the DVD, at Barnes and Noble for so long. Back when my Barnes and Noble had so many movies, I remember coming across that all the time. But I've never seen it. Let's see, Wag the Dog. Oh, and then Acres Movie says Killer Joe, great too. Do you like that one? Yes. Killer Joe, the William Friedkin film starring Matthew McConaughey. That movie's so dark. So dark. Based on a play, I think by Tracy Letts, if I remember. Killer Joe, man, that was part of Matthew McConaughey's resurgence, his McConaissance, as it was so appropriately dubbed. because he is so good in that movie, so good. Juno Temple is in that film as well. Yeah, I agree. I agree with both Acres of Movies and Illuminated Pro say Killer Joe. Oh well, Illuminated Pro says Killer Joe is too much for me. I do agree. It's that third act gets dark, dark. Illuminated Pro says Welcome to the Dollhouse. Yeah, so movies like movies from like Todd Solondz and Harmony Korine and people like that and are darkly comedic. Certainly, certainly the movie Happiness. Yeah, certainly the movie Happiness. That movie's dark, definitely dark, but also comedic. I guess if you have a twisted sense of comedy, perhaps. Um, yes. Let's see. What is your favorite Harold Becker film? I don't know who Harold Becker is. This is why I have IMDb. Harold Becker. Da, 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 da. Let's see. So Harold Becker. I think the only Harold Becker film I've seen is Sea of Love. Let me go check my IMDb because I've seen Sea of Love. I actually, coincidentally, we just finished talking about um, Kino, and Kino's 4K edition of Sea of Love just came out. Let's see. Yeah, I've only ever seen Sea of Love. I still have to see Mercury Rising, which I believe stars Bruce Willis. I still have to see Vision Quest. So yeah, I'm behind. I'm behind. So let me get into some other stuff here. Let's see. So we're done with Kino. Talked a little bit about Oscilloscope. Let me just go through this really quickly. 88 Films announced a bunch of things actually. Uh, but I don't want to go through all of them because else I'll be here forever. They announced, I think, April and May, but I'm just going to go through their May stuff because some of this it may be interesting to some of you. It is interesting to me, relatively so. So last year they released American Pie in 4K, and it's the first time that that movie's been out in 4K. So this year they're releasing the other films, but only American Pie 2 in 4K. And then American Wedding is getting a Blu-ray release. And I think American Reunion as well is getting a Blu-ray release from them in May, on May 19th specifically. And they're also releasing a box set of the American Pie Presents, like the movies that were like straight to DVD in the 2000s, which would be Bandcamp, The Naked Mile, Beta House, and The Book of Love. Those were all like straight to video kind of spin-off side things. The only real connection they had with the American Pie films is I think Eugene Levy's character was in some of them. I think he may have been in all of them. I honestly don't remember. These films made their way around blockbusters, cable TV. This was before the world of streaming. For example, these movies today would be straight to streaming. These would be like straight to streaming movies. But back then they were like straight to DVD. These would go straight into the home media market. From Universal. From Universal. Um, yeah, like one of them I think had like Stifler's younger brother in it, and and they varied in quality really. Straight to streaming and straight to video is different. Straight to video movies or straight to DVD in let's say the 2000s, a lot of that stuff was not very good. Even into the 2010s, a lot of that stuff was not very good. There was a reason why I went straight to DVD and straight into the bargain bins, pretty much, is because they were not good enough to get theatrical releases. Whereas now, if you see a lot of the streaming movies, these movies, they put a lot of money into streaming movies today. Like, if you just look at Netflix puts hundreds of millions of dollars into some of their streaming movies. That movie, yeah, it's just baffling to me some of the stuff that they put so much money into. Some of it's not great, but some of it looks like it probably should at least get a theatrical release. But back in the 2000s, not so much. So I wanted to make note that American Pie 2 is getting a 4K release from 88 Films, whereas the other two theatrical films, which would be American Wedding and American Reunion, are just getting Blu-ray releases. I don't know why they're not putting out 4Ks of those either, or if they plan to do them later. But it's kind of annoying. If you have like a collecting OCD like I do, it is kind of annoying. Um, some other things I wanted to mention, specifically, Crime Story, which is a Jackie Chan film. So I wanted to mention that Crime Story is getting a 4K UHD release from 88 Films on May 26th. Um, it says the infamous Eddie Chan, member of Hong Kong's crime squad, is assigned to protect a millionaire real estate developer threatened with kidnapping by a triad of groups. I want to see whether this has come out. Yeah, I think this may have come out in one of the box sets from Shout. What's this called? No, it has not. At least not that I'm seeing here. They did put it out on Blu-ray back in 2013 with a double feature with The Protector, another Jackie Chan film, but I don't know if they put it in one of their um Jackie Chan box sets. I don't think they did. So that's the movie Crime Story, and there was another one I wanted to talk about here. Let's see. Where are you? Sunset Warriors. Yes, Sunset Warriors I want to talk about. Now, why did I want to talk about Sunset Warriors? I think because it's a John Woo film, if I remember correctly. Yeah, it's an overlooked classic from an action master, made by John Woo just before the game-changing A Better Tomorrow. Sunset Warriors was hacked about by the studio and eventually released as Hero Shed No Tears. For years, John Woo's original cut has been a holy grail for action fans. Now, finally, you can see it for yourself, an explosive story of mercenaries battling drug lords. Sunset Warriors is a war movie such as only John Woo could make. Now restored to the director's original vision, it can stand alongside The Killer and Bullet in the Head as one of his essential films. 88 Films are thrilled to present the UK Blu-ray premiere of a resurrected masterpiece, Sunset Warriors. Now, this is coming out on May 19th. Very cool. Let's see. I wonder if that's gotten a Region A release yet. It does not, and I don't know if it ever will. But yeah, so that's I want to quickly mention those 88 Films releases. So we've got the American Pie 2 in 4K, American Wedding, American Reunion, the American Pie Presents box set. Those will be on Blu-ray. You've got A Crime Story with Jackie Chan getting a 4K release, and then Sunset Warriors, which is a John Woo film from the 80s in its original version, getting a Blu-ray release. Definitely worth talking about. Let's see what else we got here for comments. Um, let's see. Maybe let's see. Hold on, I gotta scroll back up. Sorry. Acres of Movies says, was discussing this with someone the other day. Do you want a Rodney Dangerfield biopic called No Respect or something like that? Maybe Brendan Fraser as Rodney Dangerfield. They have large faces and eyes. Um, sure, why not? Why not? I mean, it's been long enough since Rodney Dangerfield's passed that you could do a biopic about him. The thing is, what is interesting with Rodney Dangerfield is that he got to comedy and acting very late in his life. Very late in his life. So I'm not sure how you would kind of approach that. Let's see. Um Acres of Movies also says Domestic Disturbance and Malice are also thrillers of his. I might go buy Malice in a couple of days. That one I remember was good. I think he's talking about the Harold Becker films. Yes. So Acres of Movies also said American Pie movies features on the Universal box set Blu-ray had 4 hour documentary and many hours of other features. Should the next American Pie be a slasher? Maybe Finch as slasher. I don't know. I think that would like jump the shark. I think because those movies, even American Reunion, is very much a celebration of camaraderie and friendship and youth, especially the early films. American Reunion was kind of you know, r- reminiscing about the old times. Trying to not recapture the old times, but the the fondness of them, the nostalgia of them, if you will. When I'm thinking eh, that kind of turning it into a slasher would make it seem like it would be um like Scream. It would turn it into kind of like a Scream thing, or even like a Scooby Doo. I don't know why I'm thinking Scooby Doo all of a sudden, but that's what it reminds me of. Let's see. Um, um, Acres of Movies also says maybe would be fun to guess which one is the slasher and who will be the kills and final person, etc. Um, and Acres of Movies says I missed the features for Withnail and I and Sneakers. Any good features as commentaries for those? I will try not to miss a minute next time. The show is awesome. Well, thank you. I haven't gotten to Withnail and I yet. I save the Criterion for last. Every time Criterion has an announcement, I typically save them for last. They're the grand finale every time they announce their stuff. So I will get to Withnail and I, because we just got a release from Arrow of Withnail and I. So we definitely want to compare the special features a little bit between those two. But the special features for Sneakers, we can go back and take a look at that. The special features for Sneakers, we had a few things. Let me see. Let me go back to Kino. Kino Lorber Studio Classics, like I said, putting out the 4K UHD of Sneakers, a star-studded caper of a film from the 90s. Definitely one I think many people are excited about. Let's see. So we got an audio commentary with director, co-writer Phil Alden Robinson, with co-writers, co-producers Lawrence Lasker and Walter F. Parks. Audio commentary by director, co-writer Phil Alden Robinson and cinematographer John Lindley. And then we've got both of those commentaries on a Blu-ray, plus the Making of Sneakers documentary that runs 40 minutes long. That is it. So 2 commentaries and a Making of feature. That's it. That's it for Sneakers. We will get to Withnail and I at the end in due time. Let's see. Acres of Movies says American Pie 2 has 20 minutes cut out of Chris Penn as Stifler's father. That would be cool to see, but they haven't revealed much of those yet. That would be interesting. 20 minutes is a significant amount of time. They also say, would you rather be in a buddy cop movie with Jackie Chan or Stallone? Jackie Chan, why not? We've got another comment here from Steve Mayers. Greetings, Andrew and Flick friends. Greetings, Steve. Welcome. Acres of Movie says, if Gene Hackman suddenly became 30 again and was fit and wanting a new role, would you cast him as the new Jason Bourne or Guile in Street Fighter? I have no idea. Gene Hackman as Guile in Street Fighter would be... I couldn't picture that. And I couldn't picture him as Jason Bourne, although I could picture him as a Jason Bourne-esque character. Like a badass agent type of guy. I could picture him as that more than I could picture him as Guile from Street Fighter. Let's see. Acres of Movies recommends Jake Speed Arrow Special Edition. That one is really fun movie, An Adventure in Africa with John Hurt as villain. Acres of Movies also says, wow, tremendous features for sneakers. I will acquire that ASAP. Well, it's coming out soon. Let's see, when is sneakers actually coming out? Like, see, I just said it and I completely forgot about it. April 22nd. Sneakers is coming out April 22nd. Let's see. And then Illuminated Pro says, those commentaries new? I don't think they are. They didn't say new on them. So I know for a fact that one of them is on the original Blu-ray release from back in 2015. Yeah, back in 2015. So the other one, I'm not sure where it's from, but it wasn't on that old Blu-ray. But let's see, where else am I going here? So I did 88 films. And Warner Archive. Let me go over to Warner Archive because they announced some stuff, and I wanted to definitely touch on their stuff because I always pick up Warner Archive things on a regular basis. I've got Warner Archive stuff strewn about me. I got one right here next to me. I've got the Warner Archive release of The Prince and the Showgirl right next to me. Just happened to have that out of nowhere. Prince and the Showgirl right next to me. The Marilyn Monroe film starring Laurence Olivier, produced and directed by Laurence Olivier. I happen to have this right next to me. So that's the Warner Archive. Let's see what they've got coming up for, March. Yes. Warner Archive has announced its March batch of Blu-ray releases. They are The Magilla Gorilla Show, the complete animated series, 1964 to 1967. For those of you who don't know me, one of my long-standing collecting goals is to buy everything when it comes to the old Hanna-Barbera cartoons. I'm talking Jetsons, Flintstones, Yogi Bear, Scooby-Doo, Magilla Gorilla, Top Cat, everybody, Snagglepuss, everyone. So to see them starting to come out on Blu-ray is amazing to me. So that's the Magilla Gorilla, the complete animated series, 1964 to 1967. Then we have Monogram Matinee Volume 1. I'll get into what's in that double feature. And then we have Hitman from 1972, Earth 2 from 1971, The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse from 1921, and Sadie McKee from 1934. Excuse me. So, I won't talk too much about Magilla Gorilla because we don't typically talk about TV series here, much to my chagrin. But this does come with all 23 original uncut episodes of the Hanna-Barbera classic series, 4K restoration from the original camera negative of all that stuff. I'm super excited for that. But Monogram Matinee Volume 1. So these are 3 long unseen Western-themed pictures from Monogram Pictures. So Monogram Pictures was a B studio from back in the day. Let's see. They're compiled from Monogram Pictures in one Blu-ray collection. Let's see. The films included represent the Poverty Rose, more popular outings from the year 1949. We have, let's see. Country singer and later Louisiana governor Jimmy Davis stars in a tale of bad guys versus good guys aboard a riverboat in Mississippi Rhythm, while cowboy Whip Wilson takes charge in the action-packed Crashing Through, while Western fan favorite Johnny Mac Brown is an ever-ready U.S. Marshal in Western Renegades. Assembled as an homage to the Saturday matinees before the age of television, fans of these fondly remembered adventures can enjoy this triple feature, all newly remastered from the first ever home video release. So nothing in the way of special features, just new 4K restoration from nitrate and safety archival elements. So basically, whatever they've had available. Like I said, these are B pictures from 1949. Finding original elements from here is going to be a little tough. I want to see if they have. It doesn't say how many discs yet. I'm hoping for at least 2 discs. Heck, I'm hoping for 3 discs, but I don't see that happening. There's no way they could fit 3 movies on 1 disc. That would be absurd. Absurd when it comes to compression issues and things like that. But next is the movie Hitman. So this movie is an Americanized blaxploitation remake of the movie Get Carter, the movie that starred Michael Caine. So Tyrone Tackett's brother wasn't the kind of man to throw his life away. Somebody killed him, plain and simple. And by the time Tyrone crisscrosses LA and pieces together the crime, lots of folks are going to pay. With equal amounts of tough and sexy, Bernie Casey portrays Tyrone, and Pam Grier plays a sultry skin flick star in the first Americanized remake of the iconic Michael Caine action film Get Carter. Yeah, that's what it is. If you've seen the movie Get Carter, you kind of know what I'm talking about, but that's the premise here. You have this guy whose brother gets killed, and he's not quite buying that he committed suicide. That's the story that's going around, that he committed suicide, but he's like, my brother's not the type of person to do that. Something is going on here, and he goes and investigates and starts picking up trails on things, starts investigating things. He gets caught up in some big things, and that's the movie. And you've got 1970s Pam Grier's in the film. She looks amazing in it. I dig the movie. It's got a new 4K restoration from the original camera negative, and that is it. Nothing in the way of special features. This is coming out March 25th. Monogram Matinee is coming out March 25th. And McGill Gorilla is coming out March 25th as well. Next, we have Earth 2. Now, Earth 2 is interesting. So, Earth 2 was originally a television pilot that they then turned into a TV movie. So, obviously, the pilot didn't get picked up for series. And they were just like, hey, we're going to release it as a TV movie. And as you're watching the movie and as it runs and as it ends, you're like, yeah, this is definitely a TV pilot. This was definitely set up to have a continuation and to have more adventures inside of this world. It's kind of a Star Trek-ish type of show. Let me read the description here. So, Earth 2. In the peaceful space colony called Earth 2, even toy guns are banned, but something far more dangerous threatens this ideal world: a Chinese satellite armed with 3 nuclear warheads. The citizens of Earth 2 decide to disarm the warheads despite China's warning that anyone who interferes will instigate a thermonuclear World War III. Outstanding special effects and an impressive cast headed by 2001: A Space Odyssey co-star Gary Lockwood highlights this space frontier thriller that brings audiences to the terrifying edge of doomsday. Can men and women of peace triumph over the formidable power of nuclear weapons? Earth 2 has the answer. Originally produced by MGM as a telefilm/pilot for a projected TV series, this new remastered Blu-ray features additional footage intended for international distribution, not part of any previous release. New 4K restoration from the original camera negative, and that is it. No special features. I think it's just kind of cool to have this on Blu-ray. You know, you don't see a lot of TV movies or failed pilots from the 70s get Blu-ray releases, let alone 4K restorations. So there you have it. It's not particularly great, kind of slow. It's a lot of people just kind of like talking and diplomacy and stuff like that. It's not like action packed, and the characters for me are kind of dull. The reason why I compare it to Star Trek is because it's got a sci-fi element in it when you're dealing with like an Earth 2, satellite place or Earth 2 space colony and things like that. The difference I would say between this and Star Trek is Star Trek had characters that you could at least enjoy watching. They had personality, they had charm, you cared about them, etc., etc. This movie, you kind of don't really care what's going on, which is unfortunate. So, next up here is the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse, a 1921 2.5-hour silent film. I wasn't able to see this. It is available to stream, I think, on Tubi. So if you want to see it, I guess you can. It stars Rudolph Valentino, the young star Rudolph Valentino. The role that made him a star as the romantic Argentine hero who sacrifices his life for love in this classic adaptation of Vicente Blasco Ibanez's novel, The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Julio de Noyes, with Valentino, the libertine son of a wealthy Frenchman living in Argentina, follows in the footsteps of his family when they return to Europe. Julio lives as an artist in Paris and falls in love with married Marguerite Lertier. When World War breaks out, Julio remains aloof from the conflict despite a visitation by the specters of the four horsemen: war, conquest, famine, and death. Marguerite volunteers for the Red Cross and devotes herself to her husband when he is blinded in action. Shamed by his lover's sacrifice, Julio enlists in the army, um, aware that his German cousins are fighting without mercy on the other side. Uh, yeah, I still want to see this movie. It's a silent film starring Rudolph Valentino. We're starting to slowly get more and more silent film in the HD world on Blu-ray, some even in 4K. Um, the big thing for me when it comes to this is preservation and restoration. Right here, it says new 4K restoration from the Nest Preservation Elements. I don't know if that's supposed to say best. Um, Either way, we're preserving this movie. We're preserving this movie. Um, the only other special feature here says silent with stereophonic music score composed and conducted by Carl Davis. Coming on March 25th. So more silent film goodness. And then last but certainly not least is a Joan Crawford film. Um, One of my also collecting goals is to own every Joan Crawford film. I've got to get my rear in gear when it comes to that because I'm way behind on getting a lot of her stuff. Let me read here what this movie is all about. So Sadie McKee, in this vivid melodrama, Joan Crawford is Sadie McKee who must choose between love and money. Isn't that always the case? Love and money, and eventually gets both. Uh, Crawford had an amazing ability to adapt her screen persona with changing times. She was a frenetic flapper in the 1920s, a chin-up working girl in the 30s, and a film noir femme fatale in the 40s. Here she is as at her Depression-era peak as Sadie, a maid who sacrifices all for love, suffers like crazy, but somehow winds up happy at the end. The leading lady gets excellent support from her three co-stars, which is French Otone. Let's see. Yeah, it's French Otone. Yeah, it's French Otone, Gene Raymond, and Edward Arnold, I believe, are the three co-stars here. Um, yes, it says with the three co-stars, Tone, who was soon to become Crawford's second husband, and Raymond are compelling as the handsome young suitors in her life. One good, one a scoundrel, and Edward Arnold is particularly memorable in his sympathetic portrayal of the millionaire drunk Sadie marries. But from rags to riches, from heartbreak to happiness, the film is all Crawford's. Very true. She's such a star in this film. Looks absolutely radiant on screen. Um, One of the greatest actresses of all time. I mean, it's kind of no debate about that in my opinion. Um, Let me look up Sadie McKee because I want to get a more well-rounded synopsis of the film. So Sadie McKee, a maid has romances with a two-timer, a boozing millionaire, and the master of the house. So yeah, she marries. Well, initially she's a maid who ends up running away with some guy, and they're about to get married, and then he kind of leaves her in the lurch. He leaves her like the day before they're about to get married, and then she ends up marrying a wealthy old suitor, a wealthy old man, and it's a somewhat loveless marriage, but it's not an abusive marriage or anything like that. The man has a lot of like health issues, alcoholic issues and stuff like that. And she's kind of has to help him through that. But the person who's really the romantic kind of cusp of it all is the French Tone character. Um, at least I think so. Let's see. Yeah. So I think it's the French Tone character. Sorry, I'm starting to blank out on a lot of the details here. But either way, it's one of those where like the real romance is kind of hidden in plain sight the whole time. So that is, I think, it from War Archive. Although I do want to say there's a new 4K restoration from since the Nest Preservation Elements once again. So I guess Nest Preservation Elements is the thing. You get classic 1934 cartoons. Pop Goes Your Heart, Shake Your Powder Puff. Why do I dream those dreams? The question I often ask myself. Coming out March 25th. Coming out March 25th. Um, to be honest, out of I kind of what I want most out of these is Sadie McKee, Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse, and the Magilla Gorilla, and I think the Monogram Matinee Volume 1. Because to get that B movie stuff in any good quality is kind of a miracle. Kind of a miracle. Before we move on, let me check out what else is cooking in the comment section here. Um, let's see. Acres of Movie says, "Wow, Earth 2. I like that TV show. If that is what that is, apparently it was a failed pilot for a TV show." Um, and then Acres of Movies asks, "How would you best build out a live-action Hanna-Barbera cinematic universe? A Jetsons live-action movie, then a new Flintstones movie, then Jetsons meet the Flintstones, or adapt Hanna-Barbera other characters first?" Well, they've been working on a Jetsons movie live action for many, many, many years. There was rumors about it so long ago, and it just never happened. They did, of course, in the 90s, they did a live action Flintstones back in 1994 with John Goodman as Fred Flintstone, with Rick Moranis as Barney Rubble. I think Rosie O'Donnell's was Betty, and I think was it Elizabeth Perkins as Wilma? Let me look this up. I should know this. I saw that movie in the theater when I was like 7 years old. Um, the movie doesn't have a great reputation, um, which is kind of baffling to me because if you watch the movie, it is literally what a live action Flintstones movie would look like. And all of its campiness and all of its weirdness and all of its over the top comedy and situations and all that stuff, it's exactly what a Flintstones live action movie would be. And oftentimes people are baffled that when you get kind of a one-to-one adaptation or as close as you can get to a one-to-one adaptation, that it doesn't there's something off about it or that it doesn't quite work for them. I'm thinking of most recently, maybe this is a little bit of a hot take. Um, Rob Zombie made a Monsters made a Monsters movie. Monsters were already live action, but he made a Monsters movie, and it was over the top. It was campy. It was silly. It was not great, but it was exactly what the Monsters is. That's what the Monsters are. The Monsters are campy. They are over the top. They are silly. That's what it is. The Addams Family movies, the ones from the 90s, that's exactly what the Addams Family is. You know what I mean? Um, so if you're doing a live action Flintstones movie, it's going to be zany, you know? Um, yeah, it was Elizabeth Perkins as Wilma. Halle Berry was in the film as well. Kyle MacLachlan was, I think, the bad guy in it. Um, I still need to get that movie just for the sense of nostalgia and for collection's sake. They did I think, straight to video sequel to that, actually prequel. Was it Viva Rock Vegas? I think Mark Addy played um Fred Flintstone in that. Uh, yeah, they were looking at doing a sequel to this 1994 Flintstones film, but I think John Goodman just wasn't interested. Wasn't interested in it because I believe it was a success, like a financial success at the box office. Uh, I believe it was Elizabeth Taylor's last film too. A little trivia there. Um, but yeah, and when it comes to this question of how I would do it, um, what's interesting is you asked me how I would do it. They've already kind of done it. Like I said, there was a live action Flintstones film. There's been live action Scooby Doo movies, which are great. I had them. I brought them. I'm starting to collect a Scooby Doo collection, so I put them with all the other Scooby Doo stuff I have. Um, yeah, the James Gunn films. You know, the James Gunn live action films. Um, I would like, yeah, the Jetsons meet the Flintstones would be kind of cool. I think you need a Jetsons live action. I think you could do a Jetsons live action now because the technology exists to where you can make that future world look really cool and futuristic and stuff like that. If you do it right, if you give the CGI and the visual effects teams time to do it, you can make it look very, very good. Um, I love the Jetsons movie, the animated movie. I have it on DVD. I've been wanting to get the Blu-ray for many, many years now. It's available through Kino. Coincidentally, we were just talking about them. I think I have it on my Amazon, uh, like save to later card. Anywho, um, yeah, other characters in live action form, I don't know how well they would work, because a lot of them are anthropomorphic animals. Like they did a live action Yogi Bear film, like well, 15 years ago or so, 14 years ago or so. Um, and it kind of worked, kind of didn't. Um, yeah, I would do the ones with human characters first, see how it works before you get to the anthropomorphic animals. And I know they've done it with other animated worlds. For example, they made so many Smurfs movies. They made Alvin and the Chipmunks movie. These are not Hanna-Barbera directly related, but you understand what I'm saying. In that era, in that time frame, children's properties that are specifically anthropomorphic animals, or creatures, really, because the Smurfs are not animals. Uh, but yeah, interesting question. Let's see. Let's see. Acres of Movies asks, do you have the spook that sits by the door? They announced that would be made as a streaming series, but I don't know if that is occurring. The book and the movie are very interesting. No, I don't. I don't have that. Acres Movies also says, "Oh, that is a different Earth too. The TV program from the '90s was different than that." Yes. And then Acres Movies asks, "Do you think Wild Hogs will ever get a commentary with Travolta and William H Macy and Martin Lawrence and Tim Allen? That would be a dream come true from a commentary making POV. Will makers try for that? Um, that would probably be very expensive, and to get all of those guys to do it together would be even more in, more of an incredible feat. I think there's a reason why you don't see a lot of commentaries being made from like a lot bigger name actors. Probably a lot of it's to do with scheduling. A lot of it is to do with money wise, because you got to pay them. You got to pay the people to do the commentaries and all this kind of stuff. You got to pay the team to edit it, all this kind of stuff. I don't see that ever happening, unfortunately. Um, let's see. Illuminated Pro says, "Later, man. Thanks for hosting. No problem. It's what I do. It's my podcast. That's my podcast. Uh, but thanks for showing up. Thanks for showing up. Let's see. Acres of Movie Soderbergh calls you for making Soderbergh. Acres of Movie says Soderbergh calls you for a milkshake meeting. Okay. Abel Ferreira calls you for a French dip sandwich meeting. What would you schedule first? Soderbergh. Soderbergh. Um, I think Abel Ferreira would probably scare me. From everything I've heard about him, he's not an easy guy to talk with. Um, but Soderbergh, I've been an admirer of Soderbergh for many years. He's been an inspiration for me when it comes to just a filmmaking perspective, um, in terms of how to make movies and how to get movies distributed and how the whole system works and all that kind of stuff. Um, there was that famous time where he basically quit filmmaking there for a little bit. He had a whole big rant at how he was basically fed up with the distribution system of movies. I think that was at the San Francisco Film Festival. You could probably find that clip on YouTube somewhere where he just goes off and off about the system and how much he hates it. He has since obviously has come back and made a bunch of movies. I think he just had a movie that came out last month, I think. So definitely Soderbergh first. Let's see. Acres the movie says, would Conan O'Brien, if he does good at the Oscars, be good for George Jetson? Or maybe Brendan Fraser? How about Sandra Bullock for Jane and Sophie Thatcher for Judy and Austin Zazure for Elroy? Sure, why not? Brendan Fraser, I don't know if he's I don't know if he would do it. There were talks for years about Ty Burrell. Ty Burrell from Modern Family for him to be George Jetson, because he's got the look, he's got the look, and he's got the comedic talent for that. Um, yeah, it's interesting. Kind of interesting how I'm thinking of the Ty Burrell and Julie Bowen and their family in Modern Family, and how closely they remind me of the Jetsons. Interesting, because their older daughter Haley in Modern Family is kind of like a Judy Jetson character, and their young son is like Elroy. I mean, they had the middle daughter who was the smart one of it all, but yeah, that's interesting. That's interesting. Um, Acres the movie says, I'm assuming Joe Dante. Joe Dante was going to do the Jetsons. I'd like to see a Jetsons movie and Where's Waldo movie be made. That would please me. Acres of Movies also says, I own all the Jetsons episodes. I'd love to see a movie of that. Also, DeVito for Spacely and get a good actress with distinct voice for Rosie. Yeah, Danny DeVito. Yeah, that's kind of perfect. It's kind of perfect. Um, I own I own the complete original series of the Jetsons on Blu-ray. I don't own the 80s series, which is only available on DVD right now. I'm waiting and hoping that we're gonna get it on Blu-ray soon. We got like a volume one of that for the longest time, and then they eventually released a volume two, I think through Warner Archive, like made on demand program. But we just got Jetsons Meet the Flintstones on Blu-ray. We got the Judy Jetson movie on Blu-ray. So I'm hoping that that's cracking the vault and getting the rest of the Jetsons series on Blu-ray. Because all we have is that original, like 1967, I want to say, 1967 series. And we need to get that 80s one out already. The movie, like I said, already has a Blu-ray release. The Flintstones has a complete series release on Blu-ray already. The original series of Scooby-Doo already has a complete series on Blu-ray already. So things are in the works. I would love to see Yogi Bear. That's only on DVD. Hopefully that's the next one, because they've been releasing a lot of the Yogi Bear movies, animated films on Blu-ray recently. So hopefully things are starting to move in the right direction. Acres of Movies says, excited for that Magilla Gorilla thing. Thanks for letting me know on that. Yeah. Like I said, I typically don't talk about I don't talk about TV shows on here, because that's just a whole other, ball of wax. That's a whole other separate podcast you could do, just movie releases. And that's always been a collecting passion of mine, is collecting TV shows. Um, Collecting TV shows was one of my first major collecting passions when it came to DVDs. And then, of course, transitioning to Blu-rays. And then we've got some 4K TV shows now. Not a lot. Not sure how that market's going. I'm not sure how much demand there is for that market. I know we just got, Friends and Seinfeld just got 4K complete series releases, which is crazy to me, because sitcoms on 4K is not something that I think is necessary. There was a lot of other TV shows in that same era that I think probably could use better Blu-ray releases or 4K releases. But I digress. I'm going off on a tangent now. Let me get back to the task at hand. Let's see. Where am I going to go now? Let me go over to Severin. Let's go to Severin. Why not? Severin had an announcement of 3 things. And Severin is putting out a box set plus 2 individual releases. So we have the House of Psychotic Women Rarities Collection Volume 2. It's a 4-disc Blu-ray set. We have In My Skin, which is a 2-disc 4K UHD edition. And we have a Entertaining Mr. Sloane, which is a Blu-ray edition. First and foremost, we got to talk about House of Psychotic Women Rarities Collection Volume 2. This is big. Why is this big, you may ask? Because a couple of years ago, they released House of Psychotic Women Rarities Collection box set. And now I guess you can call this Volume 1. So for those of you listening at home, I am holding up the House of Psychotic Women Rarities Collection. You can, like I said, you can call it Volume 1 now. 4 long unseen visions of female madness with 13 hours of special features. This is produced by Carola Janice, who um, wrote a book called House of Psychotic Women. This box set, and I guess its subsequent volume, is kind of based on the work that she did on that book. I would love to get Carola Janice as an interview guest here on Chasing Labels. That's kind of a dream of mine, just because she's produced so much good stuff, and she's a film scholar and an author and all that kind of stuff. And she's worked with a lot of people that we've had here on Chasing Labels: Kat Ellinger, Alexandra Heller Nicholas. Yeah, this is great. So this is one of my favorite box sets from Severin, is the House of Psychotic Women Rarities collection. This original box set had Identikit, I Like Bats, Footprints, and The Other Side of the Underneath. But this Volume 2 box set, which is coming out, let's see, when is this bad boy coming out? So it's on pre-order right now. May 27th. May 27th. So, restored from the original source elements with 10 plus hours of special features, we've got Butterfly Kiss, Morgiana, The Savage Eye, and The Glass Ceiling. Now, I was able to see 3 of these movies. I saw Butterfly Kiss, I saw Morgiana, and I saw The Savage Eye. So, the Butterfly Kiss is directed by Michael Winterbottom. This movie is fascinating. It stars Amanda Plummer. Amanda Plummer, probably many of her know her from Pulp Fiction. She is at the diner at the beginning of the movie with Tim Roth. She plays Honey Bunny. I believe that is Amanda Plummer. And of course, they're there at the end of the movie as well. But yeah, I know her from that role in that film. Of course, she went on to do other roles and stuff. I'm just going based off of what people will recognize her from. Yeah, she's a drifter on a cross-country killing spree in Butterfly Kiss. She is somebody who is dealing with a series of mental illnesses, and she's going along from place to place on a disturbed killing spree. And what's interesting about the movie is there's one character that she spares who ends up like tagging along with her on her journey, an aimless journey to nowhere. Really, that's what it is. It's an aimless journey to absolutely nowhere. And the movie's a fascinating investigation of a lost, disturbed soul. And yeah, it reminded me a lot of the movie Monster with Charlize Theron. Because it's these two characters in this weird, disturbing relationship that are just going along aimlessly. It's like broken people doing broken things on a broken journey to nowhere. Fascinating movie called Butterfly Kiss. Check it out if you haven't already. But be aware, it's a dark and disturbing movie. Next is the Czech film called Morgiana. Yeah, it's a movie about rival sisters. Let me go actually to the letterbox for this one. Let's see. Here we are. So from 1972, so we're going from the 90s to 1972. Jealous of her vapidly good sister's popularity, poisonous Victoria doses pretty Clara's tea with a slow-acting fatal substance. As the latter grows hysterically weak, the former finds success increasingly compromised by guilt, blackmail, and pesky need to kill others lest she be exposed. So what you've got here is good old-fashioned sibling rivalry. Well, you've got not so much sibling rivalry as you have a jealous sister wanting to get rid of her other sister. And while doing so, begins to regret her actions and begins to be haunted by her actions. And that regret and that haunting starts to manifest into kind of a psychosis, if you will. And that's the movie Morgiana. So kind of a surreal, trippy 1970s guilt trip of a movie, but from what is modern day Czech Republic. Back then, different name, different country. But yeah, That's Morgiana. And then you've got the movie, The Savage Eye. The Savage Eye runs from 1959, runs 68 minutes long, so barely a feature. This is a super, super avant-garde film. Super avant-garde, laid back, vibey type of movie. So, resentful after an ugly divorce from her unfaithful husband, Judith McGuire moves to Los Angeles, adrift and detached. She spends her days and nights wandering through her new city, cynically remarking on the hypocrisy, vanity, and brutality of the modern world and humanity's alienation from themselves and each other. Okay. The way in which the movie is told is the avant-gardeness, is the art houseness that I was just referencing. The movie is done entirely in narration. It's narration between uh, actress Barbara Baxley and actor Gary Merrill, and I believe so. And they are just kind of talking with another as these absent-minded, overseeing voices, as almost as if they are above humanity and just looking at and observing and commenting on humanity. And all you see is this woman kind of going from like her day-to-day life, so kind of a slice of life type movie for the most part. Like, you see her walking the streets of Los Angeles, you see her like um going out to dinner, you see her like setting her bed and getting in bed at night at home. You see just her you see just like shots of 1959 Los Angeles and her commenting on the people and the buildings and the things and all that kind of stuff. It reminded me a lot of the first part of the movie Wings of Desire, the Wim Wenders film, where you have Bruno Ganz's character just going around as an angel and commenting on humanity and life and things that he's seeing. Reminded me a lot of that, but it's the entire movie. It's 68 minutes of that. Um, Interesting kind of exploration of that type of filmmaking. Interesting style, I would say. Not going to be for everyone, but I dug it. It's my type of thing. Um, yeah. Let's see. And the last movie was The Glass Ceiling. I did not get to watch it because I simply ran out of time. I basically go for broke until I run out of time every time to prepare for chasing labels. Let's see. The Glass Ceiling, where are you? Ah, there you are. Let me just get a quick synopsis of this. So, a lonely housewife hears a man's footsteps in the apartment above her late at night. The upstairs neighbor insists it is her husband who has returned from business, but her explanations are soon contradicted. The woman begins to think her neighbor has murdered her husband. A little Rear Window vibe there. A little Alfred Hitchcock stuff going on here. Um, yeah, like I said, I did not get to see this movie, but I'm interested in it. So we have a 4-disc set, House of Psychotic Women Rarities Collection Volume 2. 4-disc set. Disc 1 would be The Butterfly Kiss. This comes with, oh, wow, 2 introductions, one by Kayla Janice and one by writer Frank Cottrell Boyce. Audio commentary with film historian Kat Ellinger. Between Everyday and the Extreme, Michael Winterbottom on directing Butterfly Kiss. I think this is Michael Winterbottom's like feature film directorial debut. You've got Amanda Plummer remembers portraying Eunice. Saskia Reeves on portraying Miriam. Um, those are the 2 characters in the movie, Miriam and Eunice. Pestilence Through Petrol, Julie Baines on producing Butterfly Kiss. Frontlight and Black Sky, Seamus McGarvey on shooting Butterfly Kiss. And then there's a short film, Pleasures of War. Disc 2 is Morgiana. Let's see, special features, introduction by Kayla Janice. Audio commentary with Stranger With My Face Festival director Bronnie Kidd and Cerise Howard, co-founder of the Czech and Slavic Film Festival of Australia. Little Drop of Poison, actress Eva Yazarova remembers Morgiana. The Stone Forest, newly commissioned short film on the shooting location Probiti. Probiti Kamani, animated by Leslie Supnet and narrated by Kayla Janice. Nightmares, Yoras Hare's 1970 vampire rock musical made for Czech TV. And there's a short film called Rest in Peace. Disc 3 is The Savage Eye. Audio commentary with film curator / historian Elizabeth Purcell. Judith X, location video essay by Historiques Kim Cooper. Archival interview with co-director Joseph Strick. Trailers from Hell commentary by Caroline Janice, author of House of Psychotic Women. Short films, interview with Miley veterans. Milai veterans. Archival interview with director Joseph Strick. On interview with Milai veterans. Miss Candace Hilgas's Flickering Halo. Then disc 4 is The Glass Ceiling, and special feature introduction by Caroline Janice. Audio commentary with Shalal Rowan Legg, author of a forthcoming monograph on director Eloy de la Iglesia and faculty of horrors Alexandra West. Connected at the Soul, Patty Shepard, as remembered by her sister Judith Chapman. And alternate scenes from the TV version. Then another short film called Anti-Mujer from 1976. Yeah, this is going to be yet again another great Severin box set. I'm super excited about it. Like I said, it's going to go along great with the first House of Psychotic Woman box set. Yeah. Let's see. So we've got House of Psychotic Woman Rarities Collection Volume 2 coming May 27th. Let me get through these other two releases really quickly. We've got In My Skin. There's a 4K UHD edition of this, and I think there's a Blu-ray edition of this as well. So, a film by Marina Devon. So, let's see. Let me read this here. Sorry, I'm losing my voice already, and I'm only 2 hours in. 2 hours in. So, In My Skin, you may be shocked, you might turn away, but you will never forget the uniquely disturbing, spectacularly grotesque, superbly acted, and brilliantly made debut film by writer-director star Marina Devon. After a disfiguring leg injury, a woman develops an unsettling secret relationship with her own body in which pain is pleasure, mutilation is love, and hungers of the flesh have a mind of their own. Yeah. If you've seen just the cover art for this movie, or if you've just seen the poster for this movie, you can kind of make your own connections and you make your own conclusions as what all of that is referencing. I won't give it away here. I won't give it away. So the first disc here in the 4K UHD edition is, of course, the 4K UHD disc. We've got a commentary by writer, director, and star Marina Devon. And then another commentary by film critic / Fantasia International Film Festival programmer Justine Smith. Coincidentally, we've had Justine Smith here as a guest on Chasing Labels at one point. So that's really cool. It's another Chasing Labels connection. We had Kat Ellinger doing a special feature on the House of Psychotic Women Volume 2 set. She's been here on Chasing Labels twice, actually. Our good friend Kat Ellinger. And now we got Justine Smith is doing a commentary for this film, In My Skin. And then, let's see, disc 2, we got an intro by Caroline Janice. Commentary, the two commentaries I just said. And then we have Exposed Skin interview with Marina Devon. Fear of a Female Cannibal. Barbara Creed, author of The Monstrous Feminine, on In My Skin. Under the Surface video essay by Dr. Alexandra Heller Nicholas, author of 1,000 Women in Horror, 1895 to 2018. Once again, a Chasing Labels connection. Well, we have had Alexandra Heller Nicholas here on Chasing Labels before as well. So it's like a reunion we've got going on here. Kat Ellinger on the other one. Justine Smith, Alexandra Heller Nicholas, all of our friends are here. It's pretty awesome. It's pretty awesome. Let's see. So we also have exclusive Faculty of Horror episode on In My Skin with Andrea Subissati and Alexandra West, and that is it. We have Marina Devon's student short films, Bien sous tout rapport from 96 and Retention from 1997, and then more short films, Cadavre Exquis, And then a fermenting woman. Yeah, that is it for In My Skin, 2-disc 4K UHD edition. You can you can buy that on 4K UHD, or you can buy it on regular old Blu-ray. So, let me see when that's actually coming out. Should probably see when that's actually. Let's see. May 27th, just like the box set. Just like the House of Psychotic Women box set. So, last here we have Entertaining Mr. Sloane. Just a Blu-ray release of this. This is coming out May 27th as well. I think this is a 2-discer. Nope, 1-disc edition. 1-disc. From the legendary pen of Joe Orton, hailed by The Guardian as the first rock star playwright, comes the sophisticated and devastating film version of the tale that has shocked and delighted audiences for over half a century. When voracious middle-aged calf of invites a strapping young stranger named Sloane to move in, the arrival of her upper crust brother Ed will lead to a most unexpected triangle of lust, murder, and pickled onions. Yeah. Now scanned in 2K from the original camera negative with 4 hours of new and archival special features. So we've got a movie here. I didn't get to see this, unfortunately. Yet again, I ran out of time in terms of preparing for the podcast. But what you got here is a twisted triangle of madness. That's what I'm going to go with. If I know anything about Severin films and the stuff they put out, it's going to be at the very least that. So we've got some special features here. Audio commentary with film historian Nathaniel Thompson and Orton scholar Dr. Emma Parker. Archival interview with actor Peter McHenry. All My Sloanes, 60 Years of Joe Orton's Mr. Sloane, featuring Malcolm McDowell and Maxwell Caulfield. Archival interview with John Lair, author of Prick Up Your Ears, the biography of Joe Orton. Archival interview with Leonie Orton, remembering her brother Joe. Ortonesque screenwriter David McGilvray on the lasting influence of Joe Orton. Active character Rosie White on the inimitable identities of Beryl Reed. Archival locations featurette with Richard Dacre, Threads of Desire, Costuming and Sexuality, and Entertaining Mr. Sloane. Video essay by costume historian Alyssa Rose. That is it for Entertaining Mr. Sloane. An outrageous, hilarious, pitch black comedy, according to the Los Angeles Times. North American Blu-ray premiere, May 27th. So that is it from Severin. Let's see. Let me see. I'm trying to think of where I'm going to go to next, but let me check on the comments first. Let's see. Acres of Movies says, excellent performance by Plummer. She was snubbed, one of the best all-time performances. Yeah, she's kind of on another level in that movie. She's manic, psychotic, sad, funny, I guess, darkly comedic at times, disturbing. It's what is interesting. It's very much Patrick Bateman from American Psycho, but you know how Patrick Bateman, a lot of his stuff is inward and it's internal. Amanda Plummer's character in Butterfly Kiss, all of her stuff is external. It's all out in the open, which makes it even that much more disturbing. Let's see. Barry the Tick, welcome. Severin has really been killing the last year or two. Vinegar Syndrome releases a ton of titles, but overall, I prefer Severin. You know what? There's this never-ending kind of, I guess, debate between Severin and Vinegar Syndrome. Obviously, I like them both because I buy from both. Severin is definitely more concentrated, more focused. Whereas Vinegar Syndrome obviously has expanded greatly over the years. Even more so as we've covered them here on Chasing Labels, we've noticed that. But just in general, I think anybody can kind of see that. They've got so many titles now. in so many different genres and sub labels and all that kind of stuff. Severin's relatively smaller, relatively more focused, but they've been putting out really good stuff. I really want to get Opera, the release that they put out last year. But I think I have to order directly from them because I think there was a replacement disc issue with that release. Um, but there's a bunch of there's stuff from Severin I still not to get. I still want to get. Stuff's expensive though. Their 4K UHD like collector's editions are expensive. They're not cheap. They're not cheap, but they're worth it though. They're worth it though. Let's see. Acres of Movie says, "Have you heard anything about a Romeo's Bleeding special edition soon?" I have not. I have not, unfortunately. Let's see. Acres of Movies also says, "What movie would you like to do a commentary for once prepared?" Wow. I'm glad somebody finally asked me this. Oh, yes. I would one of the greatest honors for me would be to do a special feature or to be able to produce a release, like help produce a release from any label. I don't care. It would just be an honor to do a commentary, to do a special feature, to produce a release. I've thought about this a lot actually. The movie The Station Agent, the movie starring Peter Dinklage. Um, I love that movie so much. It's a shame it doesn't have anything outside of a Blu-ray release. Anything outside of a DVD release. Sorry, it's the movie starring, like I said, Peter Dinklage, Patricia Clarkson, Bobby Cannavale, and Michelle Williams, and it's a movie directed by Tom McCarthy. Tom McCarthy, who has of course gone on to win an Oscar and done some other great movies, and he's also an actor too. But the movie The Station Agent, I would love to do something with that. Um, there's another movie called actually it's actually a remake. Um, actually I've got I may go grab it off my shelf because I can see where are you? Ah, there it is. The Station Agent. I bought that movie blind buy on a whim just because I saw it starred Peter Dinklage, and this was probably 2012, 13, right around the time Game of Thrones had really just started. It was starting to become super popular, and people started to know who Peter Dinklage was. And I'm like, oh, movie starring Peter Dinklage. I'll buy it. I bought it like a used DVD, watched it, and I was like, this movie's incredible. Why is nobody talking about it? And then of course Tom McCarthy won the Oscars for his movie Spotlight, stuff like that. I've always wanted that movie to get a Blu-ray release, to have special features. The thing is with it is that I think it's a Miramax film, and if you know anything about Miramax over the last decade or so, their catalog is all over the place in terms of availability, who owns what, where, and how it's available. Right now, we're slowly, ever so slowly, getting Miramax films getting re-released on Blu-ray and some on 4K, which is a damn miracle. It's a damn miracle that that's happening. But hopefully one day we will get The Station Agent. Um, Another one for me would actually be another movie I think only has a DVD release, and that is um I'm looking at right now, The Four Feathers. The Four Feathers, which is a movie starring Heath Ledger. Um Underrated film in my opinion. Came out in 2002. So this was, after Heath Ledger had made his transition from doing from Australia to Hollywood. And it's a remake. It's a remake of a film. It's only ever gotten a DVD release, and it stars Heath Ledger, Wes Bentley, Kate Hudson. I think it's a criminally underrated movie. Underrated movie. It was a movie that I've always really liked. I would love to produce the Blu-ray release of that movie or be involved in it in any way. I don't know if that's ever going to happen, or if the movie's ever going to get a Blu-ray release. Let me see. The Four Feathers. Let's see. I have to go over the DVD. Yeah, the DVD was produced by Paramount Pictures, so it's a Paramount film. Right now, Paramount is sharing their back catalog of movies. They've shared a lot with Kino. They shared a lot with Imprint, of course, and they've shared with other companies now too. So it could happen. Could happen. Who knows? To be honest, I could see a Kino release of this. I would love if they went to 4K UHD. I think I'd cry. I think I'd cry. I'd be so damn happy. Um, yeah. So it would be the Station Agent and the Four Feathers would be two movies I would love to work on a Blu-ray release of. Um, who knows? Who knows? Um, but let's see. Where did I want to go to next? Let me go over to Imprint. I'll go Imprint. Let's see. How do I want to end the show? Let me see what I've got here for stuff to talk about. So I've got Imprint, Radiance, and Criterion. Those are the three I have left to talk about here. So we'll go with Imprint first because they've got a lot to talk about. So Imprint has their April stuff. This is their April release announcements, and then they had one extra announcement too. So let's go through the April stuff first, and then we'll go to their one extra one. So we've got It Came From Outer Space, and then we had a double feature of Flesh and Fantasy and Dead of Night. Remember I talked about the 4K UHD release of Dead of Night from Kino. That's coming from Kino. Well, Imprint's putting out their own Blu-ray version of that, and that is in this double feature collection with Flesh and Fantasy. Flesh and Fantasy has already been released here in Region A land from Vinegar Syndrome. Coincidentally, we were just talking about Vinegar Syndrome through one of their partner labels. No, through one of their sub-labels, sorry. They put out Flesh and Fantasy. I have it around here somewhere. It's in one of these stacks somewhere. Probably should look for it in due time. It's either it's either behind me or in front of me. Either way, I've got it. Where are you, Flesh and Fantasy? I'll look for it later. But that is that. And then we have not one box set, but two box sets of their Tales of Adventure series that they've been doing. So we have Collection 5 and Collection 6. So we'll get into what movies are in which set. They're both obviously each box set is themed to a different thing. And we'll get into that. Next we've got Bride of Vengeance. And then we have the movie Ivy. And then their one extra announcement that they had is that Stir of Echoes, they're putting out a 4K UHD release of the Kevin Bacon starring film Stir of Echoes, which I believe they've already released an Imprint edition of early on. Yeah, it was back at number 91. So they're up at 406 currently of Imprint releases, like numbered Imprint releases. And Stir of Echoes was number 91. So that gives you a sense of how long ago that they released that movie. And now they're going back and giving it a 4K UHD release. Underrated Kevin Bacon movie. But I did want to say that I do have one of the Tales of Adventure collection sets. I've got volume 1 actually. I've got volume 1 and I've been meaning to get the others. I think I only have volume 1. So way back when when they first released this, I got volume 1 and I've had it ever since. Volume 1 was kind of their epic tales of cunning thieves, forbidden love, and deadly betrayals with 5 timeless adventures of 1,000 delights in this 4-disc limited edition Blu-ray set. And this has Arabian Nights, The Desert Hawk, Zarek, 1,001 Nights, and Omar Khayyam. So it's kind of like these Middle Eastern folklore tales. Think of like Aladdin and the Genie and stuff like that. So I've had this set. They put out, like I said, they're up to number 6 now. So let's dive into what we're talking about. Let's dive into those sets. So where was I? I'm losing my place. There's the tab. So Tales of Adventure Collection 5. 1954 to 1957. This contains Imprint collections number 397 to 400. And we've got what do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 movies. Let's see. 5 exciting and terrifying 50s films that are out of this world come together in the next installment of tales of adventure, these sci-fi thrills are filled with suspense and destruction, quintessential entries from the golden era of cosmic obsession blast off. So these are atomic age sci-fi films, essentially. And we have The 27th Day, The Night the World Exploded, which is getting a worldwide first on Blu-ray, This Island Earth, The Devil Girl from Mars, and The Gamma People, worldwide first on Blu-ray. And you get a bonus film, a bonus, yeah, it says plus bonus film, The Underwater City from 1962, which is in standard definition. I won't go through the synopsis of all of these because I'll be here for absolutely ever, and I don't want to be here for 4 hours again. So all you have to know is these are all atomic age sci-fi films, um, where various things like end of the world type scenarios with earthquakes and um, things like that, or you've got um, let's see, yeah, people get whisked aboard a spaceship and all kind of stuff going on here. Um, these are yeah, I love atomic age sci-fi. That's another kind of thing that I really really love. This Island Earth, I've seen This Island Earth at least twice. The reason being is because I'm a big fan of Mystery Science Theater 3000. And Mystery Science Theater 3000 had a theatrical film back in the 90s. And the movie that they watched in Mystery Science Theater 3000, the movie is This Island Earth. So I've seen This Island Earth in that version at least twice. I have the Mystery Science Theater movie on DVD. I still need to get the Blu-ray that's put out by Shout Factory. Um, but yeah, I've seen This Island Earth twice. It's not a good movie. It's not a good movie, but it's so quintessential atomic age sci-fi where these people get they get taken to this uh yeah, it says two rocket scientists are spirited away from Earth by a mysterious alien to aid in the defense against the Zagons. They are determined to escape, even if it means a battle to the death. Yeah, it's a wild movie. It's so silly. These aliens come down and they basically recruit these scientists to go back to their home world with them to help them fight off these enemies and or whatnot. But yeah, we've got some special features for these movies. I do want to get into the special features. So, unfortunately, the 27th Day does not have any special features. Um, yeah, what happens is a bunch of these people get whisked away on a spaceship. They're given these capsules, and these capsules are basically powerful enough to destroy the world, but they run out after a certain time. So these people are basically left with this moral quandary of, hey, do we want to like use these capsules to like I don't know, like destroy the world or change world events? You know, like if you want to like destroy an enemy in a foreign country, you can if you know the longitude and latitude, you can basically use your mind and open this device and these capsules and use them as such. But after a certain amount of time, 27 days, I believe, um, they basically they run out. They become inert. They don't work anymore. Unfortunately, no special features for them. Unfortunately, for the night the world exploded, no special features for that yet. This Island Earth it has a new audio commentary by Heath Holland from Serial at Midnight. So for those of you who know Heath or for know of Heath Holland from Serial at Midnight, another collector and film fan and movie guy, super cool dude. I've seen a lot of his work. He's a really awesome dude. And then you got a Trailers from Hell with Joe Dante on This Island Earth. Devil Girl from Mars. Um, you've got a new commentary by film historian Philippa Berry, audio commentary by Kim Newman and writer slash journalist Barry Forshaw. New interview with author John Tolson. It's got an interview with novelist and critic Kim Newman. So you got two Kim Newman. Kim Newman's doing a commentary and doing an interview. For those of you who know who Kim Newman is and you've seen his special features before, that guy can certainly talk. Yeah, man, he can talk, and it's all good stuff. All good stuff. The Gamma People. Um, Yeah, so an American reporter smells the story of a lifetime when he is stranded in an Iron Curtain country where the local dictator is using gamma rays to transform children into mutated henchmen. Silly stuff. So you've got bonus film, and this is where you get the underwater city in standard definition. Then you get a trailers from hell, Joe Dante on the Gamma people. That is it. So yeah, that is Tales of Adventure Collection number 5. Uh, Basically, I would dub this kind of the atomic age sci-fi box set. Then you have Tales of Adventure number 6, which is radically different. These are films from 1945 to 1969, Imprint Collection 401 to 404. This is a 4-film box set, and these are all like war films. Tales of Adventures takes to the land and sea in 4 epic stories of human survival facing extreme adversity. Okay, so not necessarily war films, but go deep inside world wars and behind enemy lines and follow brave defenders in their quest to survive. Take cover. So you have Counterattack from 1945, which is getting a worldwide first on Blu-ray. Abandoned Ship, worldwide first on Blu-ray. And then you have King Rat, worldwide first on Blu-ray. And then you have The Bridge at Remagen. Bridge at Remagen is not a worldwide first on Blu-ray because there have been releases here in the Region A land. Specifically, there was one by Twilight Time back in 2017. And then you've got a release in 2022 by Sandpiper Pictures of The Bridge at Remagen. I got to see 3 out of 4 of these films, and they're all pretty good. So, let's see, Counterattack. Based on the Broadway play of the same name, Counterattack stars the original Scarface Paul Muni in Zoltan Korda's thrilling war drama. During a mission to capture a Nazi officer deep inside enemy-held territory, paratrooper Alexei Kolkov ends up trapped inside the basement of a bombed-out building along with a fellow Russian and 8 German soldiers. So what you've got here is a movie that pretty much takes place entirely in one area, and you've got this battle of wills between these two opposing sides. Russia and German soldiers, really. And yeah, it's a battle of wills. Nothing in terms of special features for that. Abandoned Ship is a movie, okay? It's a movie with a capital M. A luxury cruise liner sinks and leaves passengers stranded at sea in abandoned ship based on the real-life sinking of the American ship William Brown in 1841. This movie is also very similar to the Alfred Hitchcock film that I'm completely blanking on right now. I don't know why. Let me look it up. Sorry, my mind always freezes up during the podcast. Let's see. I've had this movie on DVD and I've had this movie on Blu-ray. And I don't know why I'm completely forgetting about it. Where are you? I think I went back too far. Oh, Lifeboat. 1944's Lifeboat. Reminds me a lot of Lifeboat. But this movie is darker and more serious. And I don't know if better is the word I would use. Just darker and more serious. And it's really, really good. Let me go back here. So when a lifeboat built only for 9 is carrying 20 injured passengers, the ship's officer must decide who is to be cast out to sea to give the others the chance to survive. Yeah, it's dark. So you've got this life raft that's only supposed to hold 9 people, and you've got over 20 people that are hanging onto it, that are either inside of it or hanging on the sides, and some of them are injured, some of them are slowly dying, and you come up with the moral quandary of what do you do in this situation, and tough decisions have to be made. Decisions I don't want to ever have to make in life. I can tell you that. Unfortunately, no special features have been announced for that Blu-ray. Let's see. King Rat from 1965, worldwide first on Blu-ray, nominated for 2 Academy Awards. King Rat stars Hollywood legend George Segal as an American soldier stuck in a Malaysian POW camp during World War II. In Singapore, notorious Changi prison, a cold-blooded American wheeler dealer named King manages to keep himself and his flunkies well-clothed and well-fed. British Army Lieutenant Gray tries to maintain discipline amidst the camp's desperate circumstances, realizing he both needs and despises the fast buck operator King. Reminds me of like Hogan's Heroes, reminds me of Stalag 17. That's the vibe I'm getting. I didn't get to see the movie. This is the one I didn't get to see. So next is no special features. I don't think, yeah. So The Bridge at Remagen, from 1969, a fictionalized version of actual events during the last months of World War II. The Bridge at Remagen features an all-star cast, including George Segal once again, Robert Vaughn, and Ben Gazzara. A desperate skirmish transpires between an American lieutenant and a Nazi major as the Allies advance on Remagen and a target strategically located bridge across the Rhine. So basically, the Germans, I think, want to destroy this bridge at Remagen to halt the American soldiers' advance, but in doing so, they're going to end up trapping their own troops behind the lines, essentially. So this does have special features. So new audio commentary by filmmaker / historian Steve Mitchell and Stephen J. Rubin. New video essay on director John Guillermin. So John Guillermin directed The Bridge at Remagen. John Guillermin may be familiar to people because he directed a few films that I'm pretty sure people will be familiar with, or at least know of. Hopefully so. As soon as I'm able to pull up his filmography. So he directed Death on the Nile. He directed The Towering Inferno. He directed The King Kong from 1976, which is the movie starring Jessica Lange and Jeff Bridges. He also directed its sequel, King Kong Lives, from 1986. Not as good. Not as good. There's a full-on scene in that movie where they're replacing King Kong's heart with an artificial heart, and it's literally done in real time. So it's rather boring. He also directed one of the sequels to Shaft in Africa. So that is John Guillermin. Let's see. And that is it for this box set. That is at the Tales of Adventure Collection 6. So this is the survival box set, I guess, or people being put in extreme circumstances box set. When does this come out? April 30th. April 30th. So let's see what else we've got here. So It Came from Outer Space has gotten a 4K UHD release, not only from, obviously from buddies over at Imprint. It's gotten a 4K UHD release over here as well, I think from Universal. I have the DVD, I have the Blu-ray from many years ago. Let's see. I'm misspelling It Came from Outer Space. So I have the 3D Blu-ray from 2017, which already looked incredible, and I know that the 4K looked incredible as well. And the 4K came out from Universal back in 2023, so recent. So obviously, this is going to look fantastic. It's a movie that I really, really like. Yet again, atomic age sci-fi. That's kind of something I really love. This is from 1953. Let's just take a gander at it while we're here. Coming out April 30th as well. The Night the Earth Will Never Forget. Nice tagline there. Based on the idea by Ray Bradbury, the famous sci-fi author, It Came from Outer Space is one of the most beloved sci-fi films from the 1950s and must-see for fans of The War of the Worlds, starring Richard Carlson and Barbara Rush. Our limited edition release includes the classic film in 2D on 4K, UHD, and Blu-ray, the 3D version of the film on Blu-ray, and the made-for-TV sequel, It Came from Outer Space 2, from 1996 in standard definition. Okay, I thought they were gonna really wow us there with everything in HD, all in a limited edition lenticular hard case. So this is one of their bigger editions here. An amateur astronomer and his fiancée are branded crackpots when witnessing a spaceship crash to the ground and a mysterious creature who disappears into the darkness. Before long, strange things begin to happen, but will the tide of disbelief turn in time? Who knows? So we've got a 2-disc edition here. One is the 4K UHD release, ultra high definition presentation of the 2D version in HDR10, so no Dolby Vision. Audio commentary by film historian Tom Weaver, The Universe According to Universal documentary from 2000, and that is it on that disc. And then you get disc 2, which has all of that, plus it has It Came from Outer Space 2, the night from 1996, the sequel in standard definition. So, if you're a fan of that era of sci-fi, atomic age sci-fi, this is a standard. I think this is a standard for any collection of that kind. It's right up there with like all the other ones, like The Day the Earth Stood Still and stuff like that. Let's see where else we did those 2 bad boys. Let's go with Flesh and Fantasy and Dead of Night. Like I said, Dead of Night getting a 4K UHD release from Kino at some point. So you want to hold your horses on getting this release. This is a double feature with Flesh and Fantasy. Flesh and Fantasy came out in 1943, Dead of Night 1945. Let's see. Okay, so Flesh and Fantasy, 3 occult tales based on stories by Ellis St. Joseph, Oscar Wilde, and Laszlo Vadnais. When a jittery businessman complains of a disturbing dream, a friend relates 3 stories to help calm his nerves. In the first, a homely dressmaker wears a mask of beauty to attract a man on Mardi Gras night. A fortune teller predicts an eminent lawyer will commit murder, and a high wire artist haunted by a nightmare in which he suffers a fall romances a woman who resembles the one he had seen in his dream. So what you have here is an anthology film. An anthology film with 3 different stories. And like I said, it's already been released from Vinegar Syndrome, one of their sub-labels. I probably should have gotten it out beforehand. Yeah, because if I go start looking through stacks, it'll take too much time. But for this release of Flesh and Fantasy is a new audio commentary by film historians Rodney Barnett and Adrian Smith, video essay by film scholar Joseph Dwyer, new interview with John Tolston, author of The Turn to Gruesomeness in American Horror Films, 1931 through 1936. For the sake of everything we hold dear in life, let me go over to Vinegar Syndrome and do a quick comparison. Vinegar Syndrome actually had a sale over the weekend as well, which definitely now up. They had a Valentine's Day sale, which was kind of cool. They had 50% off of several things. Let's see, which one is it? I think it's this one. I'm trying to remember which sub-label it was. Yes, it's the Vinegar Syndrome Lab sub-label. It has the Flesh and Fantasy edition. Let's see. So the Flesh and Fantasy from Vinegar Syndrome, different special features. It's got a brand new commentary track with film historian / author Barry Forshaw and film critic author Kim Newman. Fate News or the Dark World of Julien Duvivier, a featurette with French film director Christophe Gans. And that is it. So the Imprint edition has obviously more special features and different special features for Flesh and Fantasy. That's good to know, just in case people are debating which one to get. And then Dead of Night, named by Martin Scorsese as the 5th scariest horror film of all time and ranking at number 35 on Time's Out's 100 best horror films, Dead of Night will have you on the edge of your seat. If Scorsese likes it, that's all the endorsement you need. That's all the endorsement you need. There had been anthology movies before Dead of Night and even a couple of silent horror anthologies. But Dead of Night brought the format to the mainstream. It was a massive hit, and it did so by lulling its audience in a series of increasingly scary vignettes. Dead of Night still packs a wallop and sends these shivers right up your back, even almost 3/4 of a century later. I described it earlier. It's a series of anthology stories. Vignettes is a better word to use. I couldn't quite pull the vignette out of me earlier, but once again, yeah, that's what it is. And we got some new special features. New audio commentary by critic and film historian Pamela Hutchinson. New interview with author John Lewin Probert on the popularity and history of British horror anthologies and Dead of Night. New interview with author Dr. David Huckvale on Dead of Night. Remembering Dead of Night documentary. Now, Kino didn't announce any special features for their version of Dead of Night, so we don't know if these are going to be the same ones, if they're going to have different ones, or have none of these. We have no idea yet. All I can tell you is that right now, Imprint has got the edge. And they've got the edge in the special features department. The fact that Kino's putting it out in 4K UHD is a bold move. It's a baller move, as they say. It really is. But that is Flesh and Fantasy and Dead of Night. A really good double feature that work very well together. They're both anthology films. They're both really good. They're both really, really good. So that is that. Let me talk about Ivy, and then maybe we'll move on to Radiance and then get to Criterion, just so I'm not here for another hour and a half. Let's see. Let me go back to the comments here. Let's see. Acres of Movies asks, would you cast for a Sea of Love remake? Who would you cast for a Sea of Love remake? I have no idea. I have no idea. Maybe, I don't know. Pedro Pascal? I don't know why that name, why he's floating in my head lately. Or even someone like a Adam Driver. Is that too serious, too stoic? It's tough to recast Al Pacino, if you think about it. It's tough to recast Al Pacino. Acres of Movies also says, do you like Pacific Heights? What special features or commentary would you ideally want for that one? Have I seen Pacific Heights? Acres of Movies, you always bring up movies that I've never seen, which is both good and bad. Because it's good because then it gives me things that I still have to watch. It's bad because I can't answer your questions. That's a John Schlesinger film. I have to see it then. I have a John Schlesinger section of my section of my collection that's woefully underdeveloped. So I've got to beef that up. John Schlesinger, for those of you who don't know, the director of Midnight Cowboy, Marathon Man, Sunday Bloody Sunday, Darling from 1965, The Day of the Locust, which just got an Arrow Blu-ray release last year, Billy Liar, an underrated movie which doesn't get talked about a lot, The Falcon and the Snowman. That's another one. I have that on DVD. I have to check if there's a Blu-ray of that. What is? Yeah, Far from the Madding Crowd. I have to see. That's another John Schlesinger film. So I have not seen Pacific Heights yet. I can't answer that. Sorry. Let's see. Acres Movies also says, have you seen the shot-on-video horror anthology Tales from the Quad Dead Zone? I like the stories in that one. It is on DVD and YouTube. A mother interacts with ghosts son as wraparound. I have not seen that. Sounds fascinating though. Yeah, horror anthologies. I've got to get into more of them. What have I got here? I had it here. I don't know what I did with it. Oh, here it is. Speaking of horror anthologies, I've got the 4K UHD of Creepshow right next to me. The Shout Factory / Scream Factory release of Creepshow. I do want to also get like Body Bags and other kind of horror anthologies as well. But this is a really good release. This thing is loaded with special features. Now that I look at it, um, yeah, this is based on screen. Yeah, let's see, original screenplay by Stephen King. This is directed by George A. Romero. So obviously, for George A. Romero fans, this is something that you'll probably have seen already. Probably interested in. I was way late to seeing this. I think I saw this only a couple of years ago. Only a couple of years ago. Let's see. Acres of Movies also says other stories in that family is that the family can feed one less person each day. They kill and fight for their meals. Oh, boy, that's like Lord of the Flies out there. It is done very dramatically. Other story: a brother dies and a brother dresses him as a clown for a funeral. Gee, morbid, very morbid. Let's see. Acres of Movies. The wraparound resolves how the ghost boy died and what his mother goes through, and is very endearing story. Interesting effects, like a wave of sound flashes over her when Ghost Boy talks. Interesting. Acres Movie says, "I'd love that to get a special edition or big budget remake." Hmm. They are remaking everything now, seemingly so, um, or reviving everything. Let's see. Acres of Movies also says Neon making 2 new action-oriented movies for next year called Escalator Bombs, set at an 80s mall that they can't get off the escalator or the whole mall explodes. Oh, kind of like Speed. It's Speed in a mall on an escalator. Um, but thing is with that though, like escalators do have an ending point. You know what I mean? Or do they just kind of have to like, if you just stay on the escalator any way they can, keep their legs moving, I guess. Like if the escalator's going down, they got to keep, or if the escalator's going up, they got to keep trying to go down it. Oh, sounds awful. Yeah, I've seen Acres of Movies also says surprised you have not seen that one. Also highly recommend Day of the Locust. I have seen Day of the Locust because when it was announced by that Arrow was putting out, I watched it. We talked about it here on Chasing Labels. Really good. It's been on my watch. It's been on my wish list on orbitdvd.com for months, probably a year. Orbitdvd.com is where I get a lot of stuff because they're great over there. We know the owner of Orbit DVD, super nice guy Mark. We've talked to him a few times. He's been on Chasing Labels a couple of times. He was the Orbit DVD was a sponsor for Chasing Labels. Yeah, the great inventory, great stuff over there at Orbit DVD. Um, if anybody's interested in like where you can find a lot of these boutique label stuff, orbitdvd.com, diabolicdvd.com, uh, uh, grindhousevideo.com. That's typically where I go. Let's see. Acres of Movies. Buster Keaton comes to life. Uh, Acres of Movies says Buster Keaton comes back to life. He wants to act. He calls you for advice. He wants one comedy. Should he work with Wes Anderson or Sean Levy for his second movie? He wants drama, Villeneuve or Nolan. Wes Anderson for the comedy. Sean Levy. There's a lot to be said about Sean Levy. Sean Levy, good director, safe director. He's the guy you call when you want to make a competent, like regular movie. That's not. There's nothing. I don't find anything truly amazing about Sean Levy's work, but I don't find anything too terrible about it either. He's kind of just in the middle, kind of like I said, he's the guy you call when you want to make like a regular movie. Wes Anderson, obviously, much different. Um, Second movie, he wants a drama, Villeneuve or Nolan. Nolan. Nolan all the time. I can't. Speaking of which, I know he's making his next movie, The Odyssey, his adaptation of The Odyssey. Can't wait for that. Can't wait for that. It's gonna be. I'm hoping it's going to be incredible. But let me talk about the movie Ivy. Speaking of really good movies, Ivy from 1947. Golden Age of Hollywood favorite Joan Fontaine stars as the titular Ivy, an Edwardian belle with a dark side based on the novel The Story of Ivy. So when Ivy, an Edwardian belle, begins to like Miles, a wealthy gentleman, she is unsure of what to do with her husband Jarvis, and her lover Dr. Roger. She makes a plan to poison her husband. Um, yeah, that's the movie. So this woman is married to her husband Jarvis, who they're kind of she's got bigger aspirations than their stake in life can offer her. Basically, um, they're not poor, but they're not rich, but they're not aristocratic. They're not, you know what I mean? She wants more out of life essentially that he can offer. So she is also having an affair with this other guy, this doctor guy, um, Dr. Roger. But she also is kind of flirtatious and having a little back and forth with a wealthy older gentleman too. So she's got to figure out what she wants to do. So she decides, I'm going to get rid of my husband and then pin it on my lover so then I can be with the rich guy. So you've got Joan Fontaine kind of pulling these strings behind the scenes, manipulating the situation here. And is it going to blow up in her face? Is it not? What's going to happen here? Um, yeah. Directed by three-time Academy Award nominated filmmaker Sam Wood, who directed Goodbye Mr. Chips, which is a really good movie. Sam Wood is kind of had a long career, a workman director, did a bunch of different things in a bunch of different decades. But this has a new interview with Jeremy Arnold, author of Turner Classic Movies, The Essentials, which I have, actually. I have that book. And that is it. That is it in terms of special features. But Ivy, the movie itself is good enough to warrant wanting to get this movie. Yeah, so that is about it. I mean, I'm pretty sure people know Stir of Echoes. Um, yeah, I'm skipping over Bride of Vengeance because I saw it and I didn't particularly like it too much. So let me move on to Radiance. So Radiance has three releases announced, as well as one from Raro Video. Straight up right away, the one from Raro Video. What a connection here. So the last time I talked about their releases, they were releasing another Raro Video film called Rulers of the City. And every time they bring up Raro Video, or Raro Video, I never knew how to say it, I always bring up the movie Shoot First, Die Later, because it's the only Raro Video release I have in my collection. And I hold it up here every time, and I'm going to hold it up here this time. But coincidentally, the one that they are releasing or re-releasing is in fact this movie. Shoot First, Die Later is getting a re-release. Yeah, I now this is a bit of a collector's item. Like I said, for those of you who don't know this little story that's not even exciting in the least bit, I bought this at a used movie store forever ago. And I knew nothing about this label. I knew nothing about this movie. I didn't know who Fernando De Leo was, the director. All I saw was this cover here, which the audio people cannot see. It's an incredible graphic cover. And I was like, wow, I don't know what this is, but I just know I have to have it. And I've had it in my collection ever since. Never actually seen the movie, coincidentally. Never actually seen the movie. But now it is getting a re-release from Raro Video. Shoot First, Die Later. But to Radiance. Radiance is releasing 3 films. Let me see when these are coming out, actually. I think this is their May releases. Yes, these are their May releases. So we've got Themroc, the Rapacious Jailbreaker, and the Railroad Man. And on the 5th of March, they will be announcing, I believe, their June releases. So, that's right around the corner. So Themroc, I did not get to see. So that's the only one I did not get to see. So Themroc, living at home with his mother, bachelor house painter Themroc, leads a dull life. One day after an unearthed run-in with his boss, the usually docile Themroc rebels and dismantles his myopic world. Made on a shoestring budget with no intelligible dialogue, Claude Ferraldo's cult taboo-busting satire about a French blue-collar worker turned urban caveman anarchically eviscerates mid-century labor and gender politics. Never released on disc in the UK, Themroc may be familiar to British audiences from Channel 4's infamous Red Triangle showings intended for adults only. Now this savage satire can be seen again, newly presented on Blu-ray from a 4K restoration. We have a 4K restoration from the original negative by Studio Canal. Original uncompressed mono PCM mono audio, interview with critic David Thompson, interview with actor Michel Piccoli and director Claude Ferraldo, interview with Manuela Lazic on Michel Piccoli, and that is it. That is it. I'm curious about the movie. I really want to see it now. This is coming out May 19th. Sorry. Coming out May 19th. Movie I did get to see, The Rapacious Jailbreaker. Movie filmed by Asado Nakajima. Let's see. In the free-for-all chaos after World War II, black marketeer Ueda is robbed of a pound of morphine. He takes his brutal revenge, but is arrested for murder and sentenced to 20 years. He escapes and is caught, but no matter where they send him, Ueda won't let prison walls stop him. Directed by a master of the genre and based on the real exploits of a 7-time prison escapee, this ranks as one of the rawest entries in the 1970s cycle of Japanese true crime films. So what you have here is a film about a guy who just keeps he goes to prison, he's sentenced to 20 years for murder, and keeps escaping. Escaping, getting caught, escaping, getting caught. It reminded me a lot of something like Cool Hand Luke. Something like Cool Hand Luke, or even like The Great Escape. Not so much maybe The Great Escape, but like I was gonna say The Birdman of Alcatraz, but not quite like that. But also kind of reminded me a lot of Bronson, the Nicholas Winding Refn film Bronson, starring Tom Hardy, about the infamous prisoner, the guy who just kind of couldn't stay out of prison. In this case, in the Rapacious Jailbreaker, is he kept escaping, whereas in Bronson, is every time he got let out, he just kind of went right back in. Just went right back in. But what do we have here for special features? High definition digital transfer, audio commentary by Yakuza film expert Nathan Stewart, visual essay on Sado Nakajima by Tom Mess. And what else do we have here? We've got New English subtitle translation, reversible sleeve featuring original and newly commissioned artwork, and that is about it. This is coming out on May 19th as well. It says the Rapacious Jailbreaker is also available in the USA/Canada from our partners MVD, Diabolic, Orbit, Grindhouse, Rough Cut Canada, and others. Just want to make sure people knew where to find these titles. You can also, you can buy directly from their website, but obviously if you're here in the US, paying for shipping can get expensive. So you may want to wait to find it on Diabolic, Orbit, Grindhouse, MVD, places like that. Lastly, but certainly not the least, is actually, I think the last movie I watched in preparation for this episode this week is The Railroad Man. This movie is fantastic. This movie is really, really good. This is an Italian film. And it's directed by Pietro Germi, who also directed and starred in this film, but he also directed and starred in The Facts of Murder, which is another film that Radiance has put out on Blu-ray before. So Pietro Germi directs and stars in this deeply affecting drama about a train driver living modestly with his wife, Sarah. Andrea Marcocci's life is thrown into turmoil when he witnesses a suicide on the tracks ahead of him. Tenderly narrated from the perspective of his young son, Sandro, The incident has repercussions on Andrea and his extended family, including his unemployed son Marcello and pregnant daughter Julia, he is expected to support. A huge success on release with a tough, muscular performance by Jeremy at its center. The Railroad Man should sit alongside the likes of Bicycle Thieves and La Terra Trema in the pantheon of great neo-realistic classics. That just stole my thunder because I was going to say this movie reminds me of Italian neorealism. It reminds me of the works of Roberto Rossellini and Vittorio De Sica, but more polished. More polished. Those films of like Bicycle Thieves or of like Roberto Rossellini's War Trilogy and other works like that, those films are incredibly raw and incredibly um, genuine, not realistic, but you know what I'm saying? They were incredibly low budget, typically non-actors. This movie's more polished in the sense that there's a little more production going on here, but the themes and the feel and the mood and the energy is all still there from the Italian neorealism game. I'm also Italian neorealism. Early Fellini had Italian neorealism elements to it. As Fellini's filmography went along, he became more and more his own director and got a little more crazier as time went on. But his early stuff, very neorealistic esque. But this work here, this film here is brilliant. This film here is, this is an essential film I think from Radiance. This is one of the best films I think they've released ever. I don't know how many movies they've released so far. It's got to be like 70 at this point, maybe more. It's phenomenal. It's told from the perspective of this young boy Sandrino, and it's him observing his family as they're going through tumultuous things. Like the description suggests, the father character, he's a railroad man. He's a conductor on a train, and one day he's working, and some guy commits suicide by jumping in front of a train. And then that sets off and kicks off kind of a chain reaction of bad things in this family's life. He ends up getting demoted in his job because, he ends because he's so traumatized by this event. He ends up screwing up, and you screw up while you're a conductor on a train. Bad things can happen. So they demote him, and that triggers the fact that he is also a borderline alcoholic. So his alcoholism gets worse. So therefore it affects his family and affects his personal life. And then, like I said, his young daughter is pregnant but not married. So she's got to deal with that. So there's that problem. The son, Marcello, is unemployed, but I think he's got a bit of a gambling issue. So he owes debts to certain nefarious characters, and you got this young son who's just kind of caught in the middle of all this, and he's viewing it and he's watching it and he's narrating of what's going on. So you get this perspective of this young innocent boy in a tumultuous situations. Really good film, really good movie. I can't stress that enough. It's called The Railroad Man, or what's it called? There's another title to it. It's like, let me get the other title, just because you may not be able to find it. You can find it to stream right now on Tubi, but it is not called The Railroad Man. That's why I gotta go to IMDb to find the Italian title. Because if you go to Tubi right now and try to watch it, and you type in The Railroad Man, that will not show up. That will not show up. I knew that last night at about 6 a.m. Let's see. It's called Il Ferroviaire. Il Ferroviaire. Yeah. ILFERROVIERE. Il Ferroviaire. That's what you have to type in on Tubi. If you have the time, which I certainly hope you do have, an hour and 45 minutes, watch this movie. It's obviously it's in Italian with subtitles, don't be afraid of subtitles. But it is truly a great film. Let's see what we have here for special features. We've got um 4K restoration by Cineteca di Bologna in collaboration with Surf Film at L'Immagine Ritrovata Laboratory. A new interview with Pietro Germi expert Mario Sesti. A new interview with actor Eduardo Navolo. A reversible sleeve featuring designs based on original posters, and that is it. That is it. Came out in 1956. This is a Region A and B release. I think these are all Region A and B. I didn't see anything that said Region B locked to it. Nope, A and B for the Rapacious Jailbreaker. Let me see Themroc. Themroc is A and B as well, so you can play them here in your regular Blu-ray player and be fine. Yeah, you're good. So that is it from Radiance. We have Themroc, the Rapacious Jailbreaker, and the Railroad Man, and then Raro Videos putting out Shoot First, Die Later. Let's see what we have. Let's see. Acres of Movie says Berlinale and EFM are becoming bigger and bigger each year. A hot movie project studios are trying to outbid each other for is Blueprint. A diabolical architect makes a building that comes to life. Interesting. Acres of Movies also says Lionsgate has the inside track on that. I really think a boutique label would splurge to go to EFM/Berlinale, and Meat Studios would help their relationship in securing movies for special editions. It's interesting that you mentioned all of this, Acres of Movies, because I was just talking about, obviously, I was just talking about Radiance Films, but Radiance Films, we know Fran Simeone, the founder of Radiance Films. He's been on Chasing Labels twice, and he was just at the Berlin Film Festival and acquiring films from the film festival. He gave us an update. I think let me go check. It was on the Twitter page or the Twitter account rather for Radiance Films. Let me see. And I think he gave an update. He says, yes. I'm pretty sure it's Fran Simeone. Just had my final Berlin Film Festival meeting and ended on a bang. A clutch of exciting deals confirmed, and even bigger batch of titles lined up for the future, pending approvals, master checks, etc., which is very exciting. Flags won't do it justice, but it's just very exciting. Yeah, so a bunch of stuff coming in the future from Radiance. Yeah, I'm super excited. Their releases are great. The films are great. One of my favorite labels is Radiance Films. I'm trying to get all of their releases. I am so far behind right now. I've got to start picking up some titles just so I can say that that I'm trying to keep up. But yeah, good stuff from Radiance. Let me go back to the comments here. Let's see. Acres of Movies says the minds of those in research and acquisition for potential film prospects are very similar to the boutique labels and super enthusiasts. The rights for future home media can be lumped in with bids. Of course they can. Acres of Movies says Railroad Man, a classic for sure. And then Acres of Movies says, do you have a favorite Belmondo film? Jean-Paul Belmondo? Let me see. It's probably not going to be anybody's big surprise what I'm going to choose. So, yeah, Breathless. I know how boring. Although Leon Morin Priest is very good. Leon Morin Priest is very, very good. But obviously Breathless is the one that everybody's going to go with. Yeah, I'll probably go with Breathless. Not original, but not exactly surprising. Let's see. Have you seen Dominic and Eugene? If so, that is one of your top 3 Ray Liotta performances. Top 3 for Tom Hulse, thanks. I don't think I've seen Dominic and Eugene. No, I have not seen it. Let's see. Acres of Movies says, psych for that Railroad Man edition. Wouldn't have known unless you told me. Really excited. Good. The movie's great. I wouldn't have. I didn't know about this movie until they announced it. And then I watched it and I was like, incredible. Acres of Movies says, Sandra Bullock, Jane Jetson, or is it dependent on George casting? I don't know if it depends on the George casting. Sandra Bullock is good. Is good. Let's see. Acres of Movies. Would you do a station agent commentary solo, or with the filmmakers or cast? If I could talk to Peter Dinklage and Bobby Cannavale and Patricia Clarkson and Michelle Williams, my life would be set. My life would be super set. Yeah, I think I would die a happy person. But if I had to do a commentary, I don't think I could do it solo. I would have to do it with somebody, just because there would be a lot of dead air of me just not talking. There is a certain art and a certain way in which audio commentaries are made. There's a lot of people we've had here on Chasing Labels who do audio commentaries regularly, and they've talked about their process and how the process goes, and it can get very involved and can get very. You can do there's a lot of work that goes into it, I should say. So I would maybe want to do it with one of those. To be honest, I would want to do it with my friend Steven, with my co-host from Steven, because we have such a good rapport together and we know each other so well, and it would be fun to do it with a friend, because I would want to do a commentary as if I was watching a movie with a friend. You know what I mean? To have that type of camaraderie, to have that type of back and forth, to have that type of ease and confidence, to where it wouldn't feel like work. It would just feel like watching a movie with a friend. You know what I mean? So that would be something. Let's see. I think that's it for commentaries right now. Now we go to the last thing we have to talk about, and that is Criterion. Yes, let's go to Criterion, and we've got their May releases, and they have 7 May releases. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 releases. Yep. So we have Killer of Sheep, The Three Musketeers / The Four Musketeers, 2 films by Richard Lester, Withnail and I, How to Get Ahead in Advertising, The Wind Will Carry Us, The Umbrellas of Cherbourg, and In the Heat of the Night. So let's work through these, shall we? Right off the bat, let's go to the easiest one first. The one that I'm pretty sure everyone knows, In the Heat of the Night. And if you don't know it, I think this is an essential movie. I think this is a movie that should be in everyone's collection in some way, shape, or form, whether it be DVD, Blu-ray, the 4K from Kino, the 4K or Blu-ray from Criterion. In the Heat of the Night is such an essential film, starring the great Sidney Poitier as well as Rod Steiger. The music is done by Quincy Jones. It's a movie that is, unfortunately, its themes are timeless. You know, dealing with racism is something that is seemingly always going to be part of the times in which we live, whether it's before any of us that are listening have been alive, during our lifetimes, and probably after our lifetimes. Dealing with this, with racism at any level of the world, is going to be a thing. And this movie is dealing with that, but that's part of the film. That's part of the film. Let's see. So, passing through the backwoods town of Sparta, Mississippi, Philadelphia detective Virgil Tibbs, Sidney Poitier, becomes embroiled in a murder case. He forms an uneasy alliance with the bigoted police chief, Rod Steiger, who faces mounting pressure from Sparta's hostile citizens to catch the killer and run the African-American interloper out of town. That's where the racism kicks in. Directed by Norman Jewison. Yeah, this is also directed by Norman Jewison, who I think was a great director. With the help of, and it's also shot by Haskell Wexler. This movie's got checks all the marks. Checks all the marks. It's a really great film. And The Heat of the Night is one of the most enduring Hollywood films of the civil rights era. Like I said, dealing with its themes, and it's contemporary as well. Um, great acting, great writing, great direction, cinematography, music, themes. It's damn movie, damn good movie. So 4K restoration with uncompressed monaural soundtrack, alternate 5.1 DTS HD master audio track, one 4K UHD disc of the film, and one Blu-ray with the film and special features. Interview with director Norman Jewison and actor Lee Grant. Segment from a 2006 American Film Institute interview with actor Sidney Poitier. Interview with Aram Gudzusian, author of Sidney Poitier, Man, Actor, Icon. Audio commentary with featuring director Norman Jewison, Lee Grant, actor Rod Steiger, and cinematographer Haskell Wexler. Turning Up the Heat, Movie Making in the 60s, a program about the production of the film and its legacy, featuring Jewison, Wexler, producer Walter Mirisch, oh Christ, there's another name, filmmakers John Singleton and Reginald Hudlin. Wow. Quincy Jones, Breaking New Sound, a program about Jones's innovative soundtrack, including this title song sung by Ray Charles, featuring interviews with Jones, lyricist Alan and Marilyn Bergman, and musician Herbie Hancock. It's got an essay by critic K. Austin Collins as well. I own this on Blu-ray already, so I'm not like super like I don't need to super buy this right away. It's an upgrade perhaps in later times. Like I said, this did just get a 4K release from Kino, and coincidentally, uh, the license just lapsed for it at the end of 2024. So a Criterion wasted no time in getting this back in the fold. I mean, they had the Blu-ray rights already. They didn't lose those, but to get the 4K rights and then re-release it in 4K literally right after the Kino release went out of print, is pretty damn quick work. Pretty damn quick work. So the one thing that the Kino 4K release has that the Criterion releases don't have is they come with the sequels. So They Call Me Mr. Tibbs and The Organization are the two sequels to In the Heat of the Night. You can buy those individually from Kino. I want to make sure they're actually still in print. Yeah, They Call Me Mr. Tibbs. You can buy, and The Organization you can buy as a double feature from Kino, and I believe, and they are still in print. Just on Blu-ray though, just on Blu-ray. And then yeah, and there is an exclusive commentary on the Kino release. An exclusive commentary on the Kino release was recorded by critics Steve Mitchell and Nathaniel Thompson with Robert Mirisch, nephew of Walter Mirisch and son of Mirisch company founder Harold Mirisch. Like I said, you get the two. They Call Me Mr. Tibbs, and The Organization. The Slap Heard Round the World is also on the Kino release, and that is not on the Criterion. So yeah, so you've got a missing audio commentary, and The Slap Heard Round the World, and then of course the two sequels. You don't get those with Criterion, so that's all you're missing. That's all you're missing. I just want to make sure to do that little comparison there, so that for those of you who have the Criterion, thinking of getting the Criterion, or already have the Kino and want to know what the difference between the Kino and the Criterion is, or vice versa, there's the difference there. Exclusive audio commentary on the Kino release, plus an 8-minute special feature on the Kino release called Slap Heard Around the World, which is not on the Criterion release. I'm assuming this transfer is the same. That's my assumption, but don't quote me there. Let's look at The Umbrellas of Cherbourg. This is the Jacques Demy film. So The Umbrellas of Cherbourg has already been released on Blu-ray by Criterion. There's the Jacques Demy box set that I have in my collection that Criterion put out back in The Essential Jacques Demy they put out in 2014. And they've re-released it in 2022. So it's still available. But I wanted to see if the Umbrellas of Cherbourg ever got an individual release from. It did. So the Umbrellas of Cherbourg was in that box set and got an individual release on Blu-ray in 2017. So 2014 and 2022 box set, 2017 individual Blu-ray release from Criterion as well, and now 2025 Umbrellas of Cherbourg 4K release. Trying to keep track of all this is hurting my head. Hurting my head. So, this movie is utterly stunning on Blu-ray. I couldn't imagine what this 4K is going to look like. It's probably going to blow my mind. One of the most colorful films you've ever seen outside of Technicolor. The angelically beautiful Catherine Deneuve was launched to stardom by this dazzling musical heart-tugger from Jacques Demy. She plays an umbrella shop owner's delicate daughter, glowing with first love for a handsome garage mechanic played by Nino Castellanovo. When the boy is shipped off to fight in Algeria, the two lovers must grow up quickly, exquisitely designed in a kaleidoscope of colors, and told entirely through lilting songs by the great composer Michel Legrand. The Umbrellas of Cherbourg is one of the most revered and unorthodox musicals of all time. Every single line in this movie is sung. None of it is straight dialogue. All of it is sung. The visual makeup of this movie makes it one of the most stunning films I've ever seen. I can't stress that enough. This movie was a massive inspiration for the movie La La Land, and Damien Chazelle in general. So, new 4K restoration. You've got one 4K UH disc of the film and one Blu-ray film with the film and special features. So, Once Upon a Time, The Umbrellas of Cherbourg, a 2008 documentary interview with film scholar Rodney Hill, French television interview from 1964 featuring Jacques Demy and composer Michel Legrand discussing the film, archival audio commentary with Legrand and actor Catherine Deneuve at the National Film Theatre in London, demonstration of the 2013 restoration. An essay by critic Jim Ridley. So that's the Umbrellas of Cherbourg, classic movie musical, classic movie in general. Like I said, I have it on Blu-ray. The Blu-ray looks incredible. It's stunning. Yeah, I was just looking at some of the comments here. So, Acres of Movies says, Shoot to Kill with Poitier, awesome too. Berenger, Poitier, Kirstie Alley, Clancy Brown, happy with Steiger and Poitier always. Amazing performance. And then Acres of Movies says, Lee Grant, underrated actress from In the Heat of the Night, Shampoo, Defending Your Life. One terrific actress. I have Shampoo. It's actually, I think it's the anniversary of Shampoo this year. And then Thomas Armenta, Criterion needs to put out Scorsese's Alice Doesn't Live Here Anymore. Yeah, they do. Somebody does. Who's that knocking at my door? And Alice Doesn't Live Here Anymore. I think they're the only two Martin Scorsese films that don't have Blu-ray releases at this point. Heck, his short films have Blu-ray releases at this point. I was going to say Killers of the Flower Moon doesn't, but it does in France. Thomas Armenta also says, also the underrated Weeds with Nick Nolte. And then Acres of Movies, those are very underrated sequels in my opinion. I've actually not seen the sequels. I've not seen the sequels because I've been waiting to get them. I was kind of waiting for them to be released individually, but I think Mr. Tibbs has been released individually. I don't think the organization has. Let me check that really quickly. I don't think the organization... No, the organization has not, but They Call Me Mr. Tibbs has. Mr. Tibbs had an individual release in 2015 and then had a Blu-ray re-release in 2022. Oh, wait a minute. The organization has. Yeah, I'm crazy. Yeah, the organization, they both have. Yeah, so They Call Me Mr. Tibbs and the organization have both had Blu-ray releases individually in 2015, but double feature re-release in 2022. I'm telling you guys, keeping track of the releases and re-releases of movies drives me crazy because there's it happens so often now. It happens so often from sometimes from different companies too, and different parts of the world. It's just hard to keep up. Hard to keep up. So let me go over to Abbas Kiarostami's The Wind Will Carry Us. Um, First of all, me personally, I think Abbas Kiarostami is one of the greatest filmmakers ever. His films, Close Up, A Taste of Cherry, is extraordinary. Certified Copy, what a movie. Um, Great director, one of the greatest ever. I had never seen this movie, The Wind Will Carry Us. So it is this is what they have here on Criterion.com. The mysteries of everyday life come into astonishing focus in one of Abbas Kiarostami's greatest cinematic achievements, a slightly self-reflective commentary on the director's own artistic practice. The Wind Will Carry Us unfolds with unhurried majesty as it follows an undercover documentarian whose assignment to cover a small village's funeral rites is continually frustrated by an elderly woman's refusal to die. Along the way, though, he forges surprising, unsettling, and enlightening connections with those he meets, suffused with Kiarostami's love for people, poetry, and the arid beauty of rural Iran. This meditative masterpiece reflects upon the boundaries between intimacy, alienation, tradition, and modernity with the utmost grace. Yeah, that sums it up. As this guy who goes to this kind of remote village, and he's kind of there just ingratiating himself with the people and the culture, and the movie is told with this documentary-esque type of style where you get just wide angle shots of scenes. There's no reverse shot. There's no real editing for most of the time. It's just, and it's by wide, I mean, like, you feel like you're miles away. Like, you can see people walking in the distance and you can hear like dialogue, but you are far away. It's like you're an observer, like in the distance with binoculars sometimes. Really fascinating style, beautifully shot too, really beautifully shot. 4K restoration with uncompressed monaural soundtrack, A Week with Kiarostami, a documentary by Yuji Mohara on the making of the film, interviews from 2002 with director Abbas Kiarostami, a new video essay presenting Kiarostami's poetry narrated by Masume Nahiji, a longtime translator and creative collaborator of the directors. Essay by poet and novelist Kaveh Akbar. And that is The Wind Will Carry Us by Abbas Kiarostami. I'm just going in reverse here. How to Get Ahead in Advertising is directed by Bruce Robinson, who also directed Withnail and I, which we will talk about next. This movie is fascinating. Talk about dark comedy and satirical. Writer-director Bruce Robinson and star Richard E. Grant, the cracked comic geniuses behind the cult favorite Withnail and I, routine for this diabolical dark satire of runaway capitalism in Margaret Thatcher era England. So this is the film they did together after Withnail and I. This came out in 1989. So let's see. Grant gives a virtuosically crazed performance as an ambitious advertising exec whose latest assignment, devising a campaign for pimple cream, has him on the edge of a nervous breakdown when he sprouts an enormous boil on his shoulder, one that not only talks but has evil ambitions of its own. A twisted battle of wills ensues with fantastically fleshy body horror effects, flourishes of gonzo surrealism. This tour de force of verbal jousting and physical comedy is a caustic Jekyll and Hyde tale for the greed is good 1980s. Yeah, it's a satire about capitalism of the 1980s and how it can drive someone crazy to the point of developing a an extra personality, a Jekyll and Hyde type personality that manifests itself in a boil that grows on you, um, and it's gross and it's unseemly and it's chaotic and it just ruins your life and ruins everything. Um, Definitely satirizing the capitalism in the 1980s. Um, Weird movie, very weird movie. Uh, but I liked it. Darkly comedic as well. Richard E. Grant just goes for broke in this film. He is such a comedic force and like manic force in this movie. Truly incredible acting by him. He's a great actor, that Richard E. Grant. But for special features, 2K restoration supervised by director of photography Peter Hannon. New with 2.0 DTS HD master audio track. A new documentary featuring interviews with writer-director Bruce Robinson and actor Richard E. Grant. And there's an essay by critic David Cairns, and that is it. That is it. So effectively one special feature, um, and an essay. Unfortunate. Let's go to Withnail and I. So, like I said, Withnail and I just had a Blu-ray release. No, just had a 4K release and Blu-ray release. No, yes. Yes, no. Yes, it had a Blu-ray release and 4K release last May. So not even a year ago. From Arrow Video. No, it had it. When did it come out? I'm losing my mind here. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Sorry. So Withnail and I had a Blu-ray release, had a 4K release last June, but had a Blu-ray release in 2014 from Arrow. So let me go check what the special features are for the Arrow 4K versus the Arrow Criterion. No, what am I saying? Let me check what the special features are for the Arrow 4K and the Criterion 4K. Sorry. 3.5 hours into this, I'm wasting away here. But let me get into what the movie is about. For those of you who haven't seen it, this is a cult British comedy. What is interesting though is that to us it's a cult British comedy, but apparently I saw people from England commenting on this release announcement saying it's not a cult film here. It's very well known here. So that's kind of an interesting, different perspective of where you are in the world. The ultimate cult British comedy, Bruce Robinson's semi-autobiographical cinematic bender, is a feast of delectably florid dialogue delivered with deadpan relish by stars Richard E. Grant and Paul McGann as respectively Withnail and I, a pair of perpetually soused, unemployed actors in 1960s London who, desperate to escape their nightmarishly grimy flat, embark on a hilariously misbegotten country getaway beset by menacing locals, bare cupboards, and a brandy uncle, all of which they may be able to withstand as long as they don't run out of alcohol. While Robinson's dazzling script yields quotable moments galore, it's the film's bittersweet evocation of a friendship gradually unraveling that gives this beloved end of the youth tale its lasting poignancy. So, what do we have here? New 4K digital restoration supervised by director of photography Peter Hannon with uncompressed monaural soundtrack. Two audio commentaries, one from 2020 featuring writer-director Bruce Robinson, and the other from 2001 featuring actors Ralph Brown and Paul McGann. A new short program featuring Robinson and actor Richard E. Grant with Nail and Us, 1999, a documentary on the making of the film. British Film Institute Q&A from 2017 with Robinson and Grant. Stills Gallery featuring photography by artist Ralph Steadman. I know that name. And then we have an essay by critic David Cairns. Now, let's swing ourselves over to Arrow. Arrow's release from last year had a commentary by Bruce Robinson. Is that the... Yeah, so that is perhaps the same one from here. not quite sure. It doesn't specify. They do have a commentary by Kevin Jackson. That is not on the Criterion. So we have Withnail weekend documentaries. Originally aired on Channel 4 in England in 1999 as part of the marketing effort to promote the film, all 4 of these have great interviews and background information, along with snippets from the film, which may also subliminally or even liminally show how dramatic the picture improvement in Arrow's version is, given that these are obvious upscales. Okay, that's irrelevant. So we've got Withnail and Us. So Withnail and Us is on the Criterion release. The Peculiar Memories of Bruce Robinson. I have no idea if that's on the Criterion release. I Demand to Have Some Booze. Withnail on the Pier. So I don't think those 3 are on the Criterion release. An Appreciation by Sam Bain. Interview with Michael Pickwood. Handmade Films and I is an archival interview with Bruce Robinson in 2006. This was not included on the Arrow 2010, the Arrow 1080 disc sent to me, whatever. So unfortunately, it looks like you've got different stuff on different releases. It looks like the Arrow release has more special features than the Criterion release, but the Criterion release has a commentary that the Arrow release does not have, and nor does it have the British Film Institute Q&A from 2017 with Robinson and Grant. So you're missing a Q. Yeah. But the Criterion release does not have an interview with Michael Pickwood, does not have the Peculiar Memories of Bruce Robinson, does not have I Demand to Have Some Booze, does not have Withnail on the Pier, doesn't have that commentary with Kevin Jackson. Handmade Films and I is not on the Criterion release. So we've got about like 6 or 7 things on the Arrow release that's not on the Criterion, but the Criterion has an extra commentary and an extra Q&A. And it says there's a new short program featuring Robinson and actor Richard E. Grant. I don't know if that's... Yeah, I don't think that's on the that is not on the Arrow release. So you gain some, lose some, depending on which release you have. You don't really... I don't know if you really win. I'm assuming that the transfers are the same. I know this is not helpful at all. Yeah. I know this is not helpful at all. Let me go back to the comments here. Acres of Movies is talking about the sequels to In the Heat of the Night. Those are very underrated sequels, in my opinion. Rod Steiger comes back to life. He's Acres of Movies says Rod Steiger comes back to life. He's 40 and ready to act. Would he be good as the leader of the A team or for a new movie, or would you rather he do Any Given Sunday sequel as a rival coach? Rival coach. Why not? Why not? Acres of Movies, have you ever been to a movie test screening or movie related focus group? I have not. We kind of... I don't think we have them here, to be quite honest. Not, at least not where I'm from. And Acres of Movies says, I like a special edition for Coach Carter. I think Samuel L. Jackson would participate. What label you want that one for? Is it one of the best of that genre of like sports movies? Modern day sports movies or just basketball movies? If you're talking basketball movies, it's probably one of the best basketball movies. Yeah, I wouldn't discount it. I would think, yeah, I would love to get Samuel L. Jackson to come back for that. He's a busy guy though. He's in does a lot of stuff. Let's see. Acres of Movie says Tamamono, maybe known as Bento Box, is great is great from 2004. I recommend that Japanese movie highly. I'll add it to my list. Let's see. Acres of Movie says the IP form that works for Sega/Nintendo calls you. They say we are making Dig Dug, Castlevania, Bank's Adventure. They ask a pair of video game with each star. McConaughey, Colin Farrell, Glenn Powell. Jeez. Colin Farrell's already played a vampire, so why not put him in Castlevania? Yeah, that makes sense. um, let's see. Acres of Movie says, "Wow, Bruce Robinson commentary, Ralph Brown, Paul McGowan commentary, typing so I recall what you say. I'm too excited to remember properly. Wow, these were good features too. Acquiring ASAP as well. Let's see. Acres of Movie surprised. Withnail was never on Criterion, yet this will be tremendous. One of my favorite comedies of the 90s. You say that, good sir. Good person, sorry. But Withnail and I, if I remember correctly, Withnail and I was available on DVD from the Criterion Collection way back when. Let me check to make. Yep. So back in 2001, uh, Criterion released a Withnail and I DVD. So that is forever ago. And back then, I can't even read what these special features were back then. Yeah. So anywho, so it was on it technically is already in the Criterion Collection, which reminds me, thank you for reminding me, Acres of Movies, because it is in the Criterion Collection already, and it is number 119. So it's number 119 because they're staying with the same number that it was before. That they typically do that if they have a movie in the collection and it has a number and they lose the rights to it and then they reacquire the rights and they reissue it or they re-release it, they still stick it with the same number. So this was number 119 in the collection, and we are now we're well over 1,000. Yeah, we are at, let's see, we are at 1,262. So 119, you can understand how early in the collection that Withnail and I was in. Withnail and I, that DVD's been out of print forever. That thing's been out of print since before I started collecting. I started collecting DVDs probably 2007. 2007, around there. 06, 07, 08, somewhere around there. And I think Withnail and I was out of print by then. Um, yeah. So let me take a quick look at these last two, and then we'll move along. Let's see what else I got for comments though. Like, so Acres of Movie says scenario: you can decide the label for each movie ideally, and what treatment it gets, etc. Lakeview Terrace, State and Maine, Red Belt, and Mud. Um, Goodness gracious, they throw me a lot here. So Lakeview Terrace. I don't think I've ever seen Lakeview Terrace. Hold on, let me see. Lakeview Terrace, I believe, is the Samuel L. Jackson film. Yes, with Patrick Wilson. I'm trying to think of who would put this out. Lakeview Terrace seems like Lakeview Terrace would come out from Umbrella. Yeah, Lakeview Terrace would come out from Umbrella. State in Maine, I think, kind of has Warner Archive written all over it. I don't think it's a Warner Archive movie. No, yeah, it is actually. It's a New Line Cinema. State and Maine, Warner Archive. Straight up. There you go. I think State and Maine already has a Blu-ray release, doesn't it? No. Let me see. Yeah, State and Maine does have a Blu-ray release. It's got one from Shout Factory. So I guess I'll just leave it. I'll just leave it there then. I was gonna say because it's a New Line film. I was thinking Warner Brothers because Warner Brothers, you know, New Line's part of Warner Brothers. But I guess since State and Main's already been released from Shout Factory, then let's leave it there. Let's leave State and Main there. Red Belt. Let me see where Red Belt is already. Red Belt is the David Mamet film. For those of you interested. Let's see. So Red Belt already has a Blu-ray at Sony, but I want to give it to a boutique label. Hmm. That's a tough one. I'm not sure. I'm not sure where Red Belt would go. I'm kind of blanking here. Red Belt. It's not good. Yeah, I was gonna say it's not a Criterion. It's not a Warner Archive. You know what? Red Belt gets Kino. Red Belt gets a Kino release, and Mud gets Criterion. Mud's Criterion. Um, Jeff Nichols is a is a good director. Jeff Nichols is probably one of my favorite modern directors. I still have to get his movie The Bike Riders, um, but Jeff Nichols is good. So we're talking about all that. Let's see. Acres of Movies also says, "Do you remember the first 3 DVDs you got? I think I got Once Upon a Time in the West, Caddyshack, and The Italian Job first. I can tell you. So I got probably my first DVD player in. Oh goodness, did I get my first DVD player? I want to say Christmas 2001. Yeah, because it wasn't. I was still in middle school. It wasn't '02 yet. '02, I was in. I would have been in ninth grade, so I was in eighth grade. Yeah, so it was probably Christmas of '01, and the DVDs I got for that Christmas to go along with that DVD player were um Spaceballs, Jurassic Park 3, and I think Tim Burton's Planet of the Apes. I'm pretty sure that those are like the first 3 DVDs I ever had. Um, yeah, you know what's crazy? I was thinking about that the other day. I was thinking about what my first DVDs ever were because I was thinking about the movie Count of Monte Cristo. Count of Monte Cristo was an early DVD I had. It was one of the first DVDs I ever had as well. It was that, and of course, Ridley Scott's Gladiator. I had too. Um, but yeah, those first three were Spaceballs, the Mel Brooks film, Jurassic Park 3, which I think had just come out, and um, like I said, Tim Burton's Planet of the Apes. Let me see. That's interesting. That brings me back. Yeah, I want to make sure Jurassic Park 3 came out in 2001 because it did. It did. Uh, Acres of Movie says that was cool answers. Thanks. You're welcome. I kind of thought about that off the top of my head. I was really stumped on Red Belt though. I was stumped on Red Belt because it's a movie I've only seen once. I have the DVD. I'm actually DVD's like over there. I'm not a biggest fan of David Mamet. I kind of think he's overrated as a director. As a writer, I think he's really good. Like his play work and his literary work is really good. His film work, I'm not a big fan of him as a director. I've said that for years, and I don't know. I don't know if that's a hot take or not. There's some of his movies that I think are very good, like Homicide, which I saw recently for the first time. That's a really good film. That movie is really good. Probably his best, in my opinion. Let's see. Acres of Movies also says Dark Ride for My Bloody Valentine, or Dr. Giggles, or Candyman, or People Under the Stairs. I'm not sure. Dark Ride for My Bloody Valentine? Like you're talking like a theme park ride? Because if it's a theme park ride, I feel like My Bloody Valentine would be kind of cool because you can make like a little like a roller coaster that would go through like the mines, and you would have like there'd be like a light and the and you would sit in one of those, I don't know, those things that where you put like coal and stuff in those, yeah, those like not wagons. What do you call them? Wagons, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what it is. That's basically, it would be like an Indiana Jones ride, but of course it would be like you're in the mine in um My Bloody Valentine. My Bloody Valentine. Um oh, go on a dark ride for, I mean. Like with like go on a dark ride with somebody? Um None of the above. I mean, they all sound awful. They all sound awful. Like they all sound like they murder you at any second. They, I, I don't know. Yeah, it seems like I'll just go with the people under the stairs because I feel like I could like hang out with them and be kind of okay. Everybody else seems kind of like Candyman. I feel like would kill you. And I know it's, the late great Tony Todd, but still, it's him as Candyman. Um, let's see. Hold on. Acres of Movies says Spanish Prisoner or Winslow Boy might be the best ones to. Olean is interesting too, way ahead of its time. I have Olean on DVD. Interesting. Interesting movie based, I believe, on one of his plays. Acres of Movies says I'd like to go on a dark ride for people under the stairs. That would be scary. No theme that way. I mean, and then Acres of Movies also says like which theme of a dark ride would you want from those 4 movies? Like I said, if I had to choose one for a theme ride, um, it would be probably My Bloody Valentine. Like I said, it would be kind of cool. Let's see, but where was I? Oh yeah, Criterion. The Three Musketeers / the Four Musketeers, 2 films by Richard Lester. Now, for those of you keeping track at home, once again, Criterion is late to the game. Because Three Musketeers has already been released on both Blu-ray and 4K from Studio Canal several years ago. So they came out with by several years ago. So through their Vintage Classics line over at Studio Canal, they released Blu-rays and 4Ks of the Three Musketeers and the Four Musketeers, the 2 Richard Lester films. The Three Musketeers stars Oliver Reed, Raquel Welch, Richard Chamberlain, Michael York, Frank Finley, Christopher Lee. Yeah, and then the Four Musketeers, and these were released in 2023, so not too long ago. So not like forever ago, but still, it's crazy that 2023 is now 2 years ago technically, which is wild to me. The Four Musketeers, once again, stars everybody I just said. Oliver Reed, Raquel Welch, Richard Chamberlain, Michael York, Christopher Lee, and Geraldine Chaplin is in the Four Musketeers. This came out in 2023, as I said. So I don't know if I need to explain this to people. So it's an adaptation of the Alexandre Dumas stories, The Three Musketeers. Of course, the fourth Musketeer being D'Artagnan. And these are directed by Richard Lester, who directed A Hard Day's Night. Which, do I have it down here? Yes, I do. I have the Blu-ray, Criterion Blu-ray, mind you, of A Hard Day's Night, the Beatles film. I'm holding this up right now for all the audio listeners at home. I've had this Blu-ray in my collection for years. I think I bought this when it came out. When did this bad boy come out? 2014. This is the dual format edition, where they would do dual format editions with Blu-rays. Really cool. I always like The Hard Day's Night. Out of all the Beatles films, it's probably my favorite, A Hard Day's Night. I also love the fact that the movie with the Spice Girls. Spice World is basically A Hard Day's Night, but with the Spice Girls. That movie needs a Blu-ray release badly. The DVD I think is really hard to get, but Spice World with the Spice Girls, their version of A Hard Day's Night. Yeah, where's my Blu-ray of that? Somebody, anybody, come on, make it happen. I remember going to the theater as a kid and seeing that movie. Spice Girls were massive in the 90s. If you were a kid in the 90s, growing up in the 90s, whether you were a preteen or a teenager or whatever, Spice Girls were everywhere. Damn, what a time to be alive. But A Hard Day's Night, Richard Lester. Richard Lester, of course, would also go on to direct, I think, Superman 2 and Superman 3 as well. Yeah. So back to what I was saying about Three Musketeers. So this is the classic story of the Three Musketeers. Let's see. Let me just read this off here. I don't know why I'm dancing around here. Alexander Dumas' immortal tale of adventure and camaraderie received perhaps the finest of its numerous screen adaptations, with this two-part swashbuckling spectacular from A Hard Day's Night director Richard Lester, featuring Michael York, Oliver Reed, Frank Findlay, and Richard Chamberlain as the swaggering swordsmen who thrust and parry their way through courtly intrigue in 17th century France. The Three Musketeers and the Four Musketeers are also graced with an all-star supporting cast that includes Raquel Welch, Faye Dunaway, Geraldine Chaplin, and Charlton Heston. Lester's exuberant epic breathes new life into an oft-told classic through its boisterous slapstick invention, its meticulous attention to period detail, and a sense of pure, unbridled bravado that is thrilling to behold. These movies actually are tons of fun. I know one. Three Musketeers came out in 1973. Four Musketeers came out in 1974. They're still tons of fun to me. Oliver Reed, like, I think he almost died making one of these movies because of one of the stunts that he was trying to do with like a windmill, or yeah, like a not a windmill, like a water wheel or something. Oh, unbelievable stuff here. But you get both movies. Let's see, new 4K restorations with uncompressed monaural soundtracks. In the 4K UHD edition, you get two 4K UHD discs of the film presented in Dolby Vision HDR, and two Blu-rays with the films and special features. So, 2 for 1, a new documentary by critic David Cairns, The Saga of the Musketeers from 2002, a two-part documentary featuring interviews with cast and crew members. Interesting. The Making of the Three Musketeers, a 1973 featurette with behind-the-scenes footage of director Richard Lester. That is it. Wow. Okay. Not much cooking there for two films. To be honest, it doesn't look like the... Yeah, it doesn't look like the... Yeah, I would say it doesn't look like the Studio Canal releases were super robust in special features either. Yeah, so you're not really losing much here. There is, let's see. No, because you get, so The Saga of the Musketeers, a two-part documentary featuring interviews with cast and crew, you get those on the Studio Canal release. The only thing that's different is there's an interview with Neil Sinyard. In this new program, critic Neil Sinyard discussed the Three Musketeers and the career of its maker, Richard Lester. That runs 32 minutes long, and you do not get that on the Criterion release, but that's seemingly the only thing. So yeah, not much lost here when it comes to comparing the Studio Canal releases versus versus the Criterion release. The only big difference is with Studio Canal, you can buy them both individually and put them in your collection anywhere you want, as opposed to the Criterion release where it's going to be two movies in the same, box set. I don't know, depending on what type of collector you are, yes. So we'll move on from the Three Musketeers / Four Musketeers to the last film, certainly not the least, is a Charles Burnett film. Now, Charles Burnett is not the first time he's appeared in the Criterion collection. His first appearance is from the movie To Sleep with Anger, which is a very good film, starring Danny Glover. But Killer of Sheep is the movie here by Charles Burnett. This is a movie from 1978. It runs about 80 minutes long, and it's an interesting film. An interesting film, excuse me. A quiet revelation of American independent filmmaking, Charles Burnett's lyrical debut feature unfolds as a mosaic of the black life in the Watts neighborhood of Los Angeles, where Stan, a father worn down by his job in the slaughterhouse, and his wife, seeks moments of tenderness in the face of myriad disappointments, equally attuned to the world of children and that of adults. Burnett, acting as a director, writer, producer, cinematographer, and editor, finds poetry amid everyday struggles in indelible images that glow with compassionate beauty. Largely unseen for decades, following its completion in 1977, Killer of Sheep is now recognized as a touchstone of the groundbreaking LA rebellion movement and a masterpiece that brought Black American lives to the screen with an aching intimacy like no film before. Killer of Sheep was restored and remastered by the UCLA Film and Television Archive, Milestone Films, and the Criterion Collection. So, as you can already tell by its description, an incredibly historically important film. For those of you who don't know, it is Black History Month here in the United States during February. And we've talked about in the past here on Chasing Labels and previously in our previous podcast, the Cinema Discovery Project, just the general history of um, Black cinema, African American cinema in the modern times, and especially a lot of the work hasn't been seen or restored or preserved in any meaningful way. Um, and it's nice to see happening now. I think I just mentioned a few episodes ago. There's going to be a whole, I think, complete collection of the Oscar Michaud films, all of the films that he made during his career, which is incredibly important. They touched a little bit on that in the Pioneers of African American Cinema box set from Kino. But Kino is putting out a whole collection of his films. So that's going to be really, really nice. But this movie here is equally as important because Charles Burnett's films. Not a lot of them, I think, are available on disc. I know there's a whole collection of them to be watched on the Criterion Channel streaming service rather. That's where I watched a lot of his films. So to get his films here, and also this is a 4K release. I didn't realize that until right now. So it's a 4K digital restoration approved by director Charles Burnett with uncompressed monaural soundtrack. Audio commentary featuring Charles Burnett and film scholar Richard Pena. New interview with Burnett and actor Henry Gale Sanders. New appreciation by filmmaker Barry Jenkins. 2 short films by Burnett, Several Friends and The Horse, with new introduction to the latter by Burnett, excerpt from the 2010 UCLA LA Rebellion Oral History Project, featuring an interview with Burnett by film scholar Jacqueline Stewart, a walk with Charles Burnett from 2019, a documentary by Robert Townsend, who's also in the Criterion Collection because of his film Hollywood Shuffle. And then you have a cast reunion from 2007. So this is how you do a new release, Criterion. Way to go. Way to go. Special features galore, new restoration, good stuff. See, now that's how it's done. There we go. Oh man, sometimes Criterion gets to me when they put out new films or they add films to the collection and they don't, we don't get a lot of extras with them. You know what I mean? And we don't get, a robust extras package like I think some of these films deserve. So to see this is a nice release of a new movie added to the collection. Like I said, this is spine number 1262. I mean, we've been doing a lot of these, as they say, but this is a really good film. This is a slice of life film told in an almost quasi-documentary-esque avant-garde type of way. The movie's not really about plot. It's about mood. It's about scenery. It's about theme. It's about the observation of a Black family in this era of society of that time. Specifically in this area of Los Angeles. Really good film. Really good film, really important film, as I said. Uh, this is yeah, this is a really important release. This would pair up nicely with Charles Burnett's other film, To Sleep with Anger. Hopefully we get more Charles Burnett stuff in the collection because there are quite a few films that are available. Let me check the comments here, and then we'll do the outro, and we'll make our way out of here because it has been 4 hours right on the dot. Um, let's see. Scrolling back up here. Thomas Armenta says, Mammoth's House of Games. Yeah, yeah, that's in the Criterion collection. I agree with that. Acres of Movies. Studio Canal is not very good in my opinion. It needs better treatment. These movies are awesome. Oliver Reed for life. Nice. I'll tell you this. I kind of disagree with that for a few facts here. They've done some amazing work lately with some of their releases. Um, for example, their release of The Third Man is one of my favorite releases of last year. Their release of The Third Man is absolutely incredible. The 4K release of The Third Man. And then they've got their 4K release of Francis Ford Coppola's The Conversation by Studio Canal. These two, this 4K release and this Third Man 4K release, pretty damn good. Pretty damn good. Like these two here made me be like, okay, Studio Canal is very good. They've also released a really good. Oh, where is it? It's around here somewhere. I don't have it. Of oh, what have they released? Some really good stuff of not The Guest. I'm not The Guest. The Guest was Second Sight. I'm thinking of The Servant. Joseph Losey Films The Servant. That was I believe Studio Canal as well. Let me make sure I'm just not talking out of turn. Yeah, from their Vintage Classics line, their version of this The Servant, the Studio Canal release is very, very good. They also did releases, I think, of The Trial, which is the Orson Welles film. That was a good release. I've waited so many years for that. Coincidentally, I ended up getting the Criterion edition of that. And they've done some pretty good stuff over the years, in my opinion. Their big collector's edition, like I just showed, are really, really good. And their 4K transfers are also very good. Let's see. Anchors of Movies says Oliver Reed was an incredible actor. If he was alive now and not addled, he would be a star in any generation. Very true. I think every generation needs an Oliver Reed type actor. Thomas Armenta, Homicide should be released by Criterion on Blu-ray along with the Criterion release of House of Games. I don't know why it hasn't, Thomas. I don't know why. They released it on DVD, and I think their DVD is still in print. Let me check. So it's not like they don't have it already in house. Maybe they're waiting on David Mamet to do something regarding like the transfer or something. Yeah, it's available. It's still in print. It's still in print. So that's so odd to me. Because they already released the Blu-ray of House of Games. Put this back over here. Let's see. Acres of Movies says, would you rather see a horror movie version of the songs Heart-Shaped Box or Black Hole Sun? Black Hole Sun. I feel like that would be like an end of the world type movie. Let's see. Acres of Movies. These are tons of fun. I agree. I love both of them. They are great. The 90s one is great too, but these are a blast. They have great humor. Oh yeah, there's been so many adaptations of the Three Musketeers. The 90s one is a nostalgic trip for me. The one with Chris O'Donnell and Oliver Platt and what's his name? Sutherland. Kiefer Sutherland. I watched that so many times as a kid. I wish I had that on Blu-ray. I don't. Yeah. So and heck, they've done TV shows of Three Musketeers. I think Cardinal Richelieu in there is played by. I'm gonna look it up now. Um, yeah, Three Musketeers is great. There was even a movie called The Musketeer when I was a kid. I think it came out like 2002. Um, and I like that version. Excuse me. Yeah, it's yeah, Charlie Sheen, Kiefer Sutherland, Chris O'Donnell, Oliver Platt, Tim Curry was Cardinal Richelieu. Milady was Rebecca De Mornay. Michael Wincott is Rochefort. Um, hold on, I lost my camera. Uh, Give me a second here to fix it, and we will get back momentarily. Oh, I'm back. See, there I am. I think my software died on me for the camera. Give me a second to fix it, and I'll get back to what I was saying. So, yeah, so the '90s one is definitely a nostalgic thing for me. Um, let's see. Acres of Movie says a streaming movie called The Projectionist about the film projectionist that becomes a slasher when cinema replaces him with digital might self release a Blu-ray. Should it be a film? Should should it be film real shape box? Interesting. Yeah, why not? Make it a canister. Make it a film canister. Let's see. Killer of Sheep, interesting and great to see that. Acres of Movie says that. Tales from the Quad Dead Zone was made by a black filmmaker named Chester Turner. Huh. Burnett and Turner deserve large audiences. True. Sure. Barry the Tick says sounds amazing. Not sure what he was referring to, but whatever it is, hopefully it's amazing. Um, let's see. Killer of Sheep and Salesman are similar movies, though Salesman was more of a documentary. Killer of Sheep and Salesman screened together in recent years. Oh, didn't know that. Thank you for telling me. Um, let's see. Thomas Armenta, The Conversation too. Yes, The Conversation and um, like I said, The Conversation and The Third Man, two of my favorites. I also have it's in front of me. I have The Outsider, which Studio Canal also put out a release of, which is another Coppola film, coincidentally. I think that's all I have for Studio Canal off the top of my head. I don't have a lot of their releases. There's so many more I want to get um, that I've got to track down because I really like these big collector's box sets, but they do sell out. They do sell out, and it makes sense because they look good and they got good stuff in them. So, with all of that being said, I believe that is it for me here on Chasing Labels for episode number 158, or spine number 158. I will be back here in about 2 weeks' time to do another live stream, another episode. But in the meantime, there will be some stuff happening on the Chasing Labels channel. On the 25th, we will be doing a live stream of our newest episode of the Unwatched Pile. It will be the Unwatched Pile episode number 21. So that's coming next Tuesday. So a week from now or so. Stephen Billings will be joining me here, my former co-host, and our friend Ryan Verrill from The Disconnected, who just did the Shelf Shock Rewind Awards for last night. So he had his whole big award show. Steven did a commercial for it. There were, of course, many different categories and many different awards were handed out for many different releases, many of which you probably have heard about here on Chasing Labels or just in the community in general. So there was Ryan Verrill hosted with Michelle Kinzer. I think it's Michelle Kinzer. Let me make sure I didn't just butcher that lovely person's name. Yeah, Michelle Kisner. Sorry, Michelle Kisner was the co-host there as well for the Shelf Shock Rewind Awards. Um, I had presented for the first 2 years. I did not present a category this year, but I of course voted, and some things I had voted for did win awards, some did not. So that's the way things go. But Ryan Vera will be joining us next week, next Tuesday, for the Unwatched Pile number 21. And of course, in the meantime, there will be. I have some shorts I want to upload to the channel about some upgrades of some things that I've gotten recently in the collection and whatnot. Little collection updates that I've been doing with the shorts. So you can also find this podcast anywhere podcasts can be found, whether it be on Apple Podcast, Google, Spotify. You can of course come here to the Chasing Labels YouTube channel where you can rewatch the stream back or listen to it or whatever you want to do. I don't care as long as you give us a listen or a watch. That's all that matters in the end of it all. But thank you all for being here. Thank you all for supporting the channel. Thank you all for supporting the podcast. And hey, keep on watching those movies because I know I will.